to Bridget, who will talk about our Zoom protocol.
Good evening and welcome to the October 9th special meeting of the Planning Commission at 6 p.m. Would like to let you know that this is live on PCTV as well as Channel 26. It's being recorded as well as we will have a translation. So we have Spanish translation as well. For those of you that are in person, if you can please fill out a green card and bring it up to us here. It's very helpful to keep things in order. Those green cards will be started first in person and then we'll go on to the Zoom hands during public comment. If you have something other than anything that's on the agenda and you'd like to speak, there'll be a general public comment at the beginning of this meeting. We had several commenters come in today and I did my very best to get most of those to you and posted to the website. There may be two that some of the commissioners received independently that need to go to the Planning Commission and will be posted. So all that's been posted for you. I think that is all I have and I turn it back to you.
Thank you, Bridget. At this time, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Bridget, will you take roll call, please?
Yes. Commissioner Reddick.
Here.
Commissioner Hernandez.
I am present.
Commissioner Gorn.
Here.
Vice Chair Johannes.
Present.
And Chair Gossett.
Here.
All 5 members are present this evening.
Okay, we'll move on to approval of minutes for July 23rd, 2024. Does anyone wish to entertain a motion on that?
And I move we approve those minutes.
Thank you.
Do I have a second?
Sure, I'll second.
All in favor? Yes. Okay, we'll move on to the September 10th, 2024 minutes.
I wanted to make an amendment to the meeting minutes. We had 2 motions that were made that night, and one of them is missing from the minutes.
Do we want to, can you make that amendment and then we vote that in?
Yeah, we can, if you guys are all okay with the change, we can
Sure.
move as approved with that amendment.
Okay, and the amendment was that 2 approved, 1 abstained in the first motion, 2-0-1, and then I think the rest, everything else was okay with that.
I'd like to make a motion to approve those minutes as amended.
All, second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
I just want to make sure, because I wasn't at that meeting, so it's not all in favor, it's one was not there.
Well, you don't vote.
You
shouldn't
you
vote on
abstain.
that.
Yeah,
Abstain.
I also abstained. from
Yes,
having been
okay.
absent.
I have noted that, so
Okay.
302.
Okay. And then for the September 24th meeting, do we have any motion to approve those minutes? And I know not everyone may have been at that meeting.
Hernandez and Johannes were absent, so it can be looked at still with the rest of the commission.
I move that we approve those minutes.
I second it.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
To
Yes.
abstain. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we'll have general public comment for anything that's not on the agenda. And I'll open this up for public comment. See no one standing. I will, how about, Bridget, do we have anyone on Zoom? I think we do.
I think I do, yes.
Someone does have their hand raised, okay.
Yeah, hold on. I'm unminding him. Go ahead. I think you should be able to talk, Carol. Carol, if you'd like to speak. No, and you can, if it's not on the item.
She's muted.
Yeah, I asked her to, I can't unmute her, so. See if she can, go ahead, Carol, if you'd like to speak on an item that's not on the agenda. You can speak now. Carol, are you there? I think we could just wait and we can address it.
Through the chair.
Sure.
Is the video working? I don't see the normal video. There we go.
I think it is, okay. Okay, and since, I'll close the public comment hearing for items not on the agenda, and now we're going to move into the public hearing item. City File PDP-072-13. And at this point, I'm going to ask my fellow planning commissioners if they have any ex parte they would like to disclose before we go into the staff report.
Sure, I've had ex parte communications with the applicant as well as many members of the community, including Dave Shore.
Thank you.
And I have no financial interest in the project.
Thank you.
I have no financial interest in the project, but when I was not a planning commissioner, I had submitted extensive amount of comments on the adequacy of the EIR. I didn't formulate a decision one way or the other, but commented as a resident, and I can remain impartial.
Thank you. And I will also state that I submitted comments to the draft DEIR as a member of the public, not as a planning commissioner, and I intend to remain impartial until I have gone through the public hearing process, and I've heard from the applicant, staff, and the public. Also, I did not speak to the applicant, though I've spoken to members of the community. Thank you.
I do want to make one more comment. Dave Shore contacted me to ask if I had any questions of him, and that's as far as the extent of my communication with Dave Shore.
Thank you. With that, we'll turn it over to Christy, who will be presenting the city staff report along with Doug. I think, is Doug sitting there with you? Okay. Thank you, Christy.
Thanks, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I'll be doing the bulk of the presentation this evening, but Doug is going to help out and assist, and we're going to tag team this a little bit. So with that, the application in front of you this evening is for the Hyatt Place Hotel project with a application including the coastal development permit, architectural and site review, tentative parcel map, a parking exception, and certification of the final environmental impact report. The site is made up of 3 different parcels, and so shown on the screen here, the first parcel is the northernmost one, north side of Seymour Street. Existing uses are auto dealership parking, and this would be the location of the future 4-lot subdivision for residential uses. Parcel number 2 is the existing auto dealership, which will remain the same. And then parcel 3, shown here, is the largest and vacant parcel, is the existing use, and this would be the location of the future 102-room Hyatt Place Hotel. So this presentation is going to follow generally the same structure as the staff report, going through the project description, general plan zoning, LCLUP conformance, and then we'll talk about the different components, site and architectural design, the parcel map, the parking exception, and then the CEQA final EIR. As part of the CEQA discussion, we'll have the city's consultants with Circle Point, who are here in person, will describe the EIR and the CEQA process. FastCast is the consultant who prepared the visual simulations. They'll be joining us remotely. And WTrans is the transportation consultant who did the transportation analysis. They'll be joining us remotely as well. So you'll hear from all of us during the course of the presentation. But the project description, which was identified and explained in both the staff report and the final EIR, the different components of the project are a 102-room hotel on a 4.57 acre site with all of the associated site improvements that goes along with that. And over 2 acres of that 4.57 acre site will be dedicated to open space. The second component of the project is a nearly half-acre expansion to the auto dealership site to enable additional inventory parking. So there's a lot line adjustment between the hotel site and the auto dealership. And then a 4-lot tentative parcel map, a 4-lot subdivision of this 1.15 acre site on Seymour Street, which will be for future residential development. There is no zoning, no general plan amendments that are proposed for the project. Again, the approvals sought are listed here and in your staff report as well. So the site plan that lays out here on the screen, again, the 3 components, the residential 4-lot residential subdivision on the north side of Seymour Street, the auto dealership, and then the biggest component of the project is the development of the hotel. So you can see how the site plan lays out with a big 2.02 acres of open space immediately up on Highway 1, the north building and south building of the hotel, and then the parking area, landscape improvements, and street improvements along Main Street. The hotel site details is that the 102-room hotel is really built in 2 primary structures. The north building, a 3-story building, the south building, 2-story, and these 2 buildings are connected by a single-story, 32-inch long breezeway. There's a 1 single-story bike rental building on the site as well, a 108-space parking lot. The street frontage improvements on Main Street include all the good stuff: new curb gutter, detached sidewalk, a mid-block crosswalk across Main Street, and then a planted parkway strip. The site improvements also include 2+ acres of dedicated open space with a Class 1 bike path, a pedestrian pathway, benches, interpretive signage, wetland buffer, on-site bioretention, and native landscape plantings. An open space exhibit here that just illustrates where the Class 1 bike path is, the pedestrian pathway, all of the space that's going to be dedicated for open space uses, and how that fits into where the building sits and the parking area as well. In terms of the general planned land use designations, we'll talk about now general plan and zoning for the site. So the land use designation on the hotel site is general commercial. On the auto dealership site, the same. And the 4-lot subdivision site has a current general plan land use designation of medium density residential. The zoning for the different project components: the hotel site is currently zoned plan unit development with a commercial general overlay. The auto dealership site is commercial general, and the residential site, again, has the 2-family residential R2 zoning, so no zoning or general plan amendments needed for the proposed use. In addition, we have the LCLUP policy 1-2 that talks about the zoning implementation plan and the conformance with the policies of the local coastal land use plan, and how the policies of the land use plan prevail and provide the standard of review for any new development. In the case of the hotel project, the development standards for the CG zoning district are met, except for parking, which is the subject of the parking exception that's in front of the commission this evening. So the key LCLUP policy issues for this particular project, there are a few that are unique and that are especially prescient given the project. So the LCLUP has a policy regarding low-cost accommodations. This is something that is unique to a hotel use, and this is LCLUP policy 5-71. The project is meeting this LCLUP requirement, and the Coastal Commission has weighed in on the adequacy of the applicant's approach to meeting this. A couple of the other key policy issues are related to scenic and visual resource policies, and this is Chapter 9 of the LCLUP. As the Commission likely saw, related to the staff report as well as the comments on the final EIR, there were a number of public comments received related to concerns about view impacts, scenic resource impacts, and ridgeline impacts. And in particular, we have policy 9-6 and policy 9-12 in the LCLUP that we're looking to for guidance on this. And I'm going to let Doug pop in here and talk a bit about how the LCLUP policies and the zoning conformance related to these issues.
Well, at this point, I just want to make one clarification on the zoning and the land use plan. As Christie noted, there are some inconsistencies between the two documents because the coastal land use plan has been updated and certified by the Coastal Commission in 2020. The next step for us is to update our zoning code or the implementation plan to make it consistent with the land use plan policies. And she addressed that in terms of the zoning. I would also note that if you read the language closely, there are some differences between the land use plan policy on visual resources and hillsides to the east between the zoning code and the LUP. I believe we have a slide on this, but the LUP basically says you have to minimize impacts of new development extending above the ridge line from when viewed from Highway 1. The zoning code is a little more restrictive. It says you shall not. And as clearly noted in our LUP, when there are differences, the LUP rules. So I just want to make sure that's clear. Moving on to where the visual impact, the viewpoints were for the visual simulations. We have received comments which essentially say that city staff and the environmental consultant colluded to sort of game the system to make sure that we took the viewpoints from that would be the most favorable for the project. Well, I was the staff that went out and chose these viewpoints, and I want to describe how we did that. I went out there, I walked up and down the highway, I walked up and down the Naomi Patridge Trail, I walked up and down Main Street, I walked through the construction zone while we were doing the Main Street Highway 1 intersection improvements. And what I looked for were the viewpoints where the most people would see the project for the longest period of time. And that is clearly traffic coming from the south. As you get closer to the project, well, first, if you're coming from the north going south, the view of the hotel would be largely blocked by the car dealership, trees, other features. When you get right next to it, it would be a little more of an imposing visual effect. However, people would have to crane their neck 90 degrees while they're driving down the highway. So it would be much less of an effect on people because they wouldn't be seeing it for as long. And that's how it was chosen. It was rational, and there was no collusion to minimize the effects. And in fact, I also communicated with the environmental consultant, and I made it very clear that the city wanted these visual simulations done by an expert, not something you hand off to an intern who knows Photoshop. And that's exactly what they did. The consultant who prepared the visual simulations, I believe, is available tonight. He's included the whole methodology he used. That can be duplicated by anybody who can follow those details. So it was very objective, it's fact-based, it's substantial evidence, and we stand behind that. And we're going to hear a lot of comments tonight about visual effects, and I just want to note that SEEK was pretty clear on this. It's based on substantial evidence, facts, not differing opinions or unfounded conspiracies. That's what we look at. That's what courts look at, and that's what we should focus on. So,
And as Doug mentioned, one of the key policies related to visual resources is LCLUP Policy 9-12. And that's one that he was referring to in terms of requiring the protection of views of visual resource areas and minimizing intrusions into the ridgeline, making sure design standards are incorporated, screening parking areas, landscape provisions, and that the project is visually compatible with the surrounding land and development. So that's one of the key policies that we were looking at. In terms of zoning, going on to some of the zoning compliance and zoning conformance, we're also looking at the project as it relates to the scenic corridor standards of Chapter 18-0.37, which requires maximizing setbacks from State Route 1, screening parking lots with landscaping, providing scenic gateway elements, no off-premise advertising. And then we also have the upland slope standards that Doug referred to and that we've talked about in compliance or in conjunction with the LCLUP policy conformance. The project has been iterated over time and has had some changes, size reductions, both from the number of rooms in the hotel as well as the overall footprint of the project that's been reduced. And the project has maximized the setback from State Route 1. It's set back over 100 feet to make sure that it retains a buffer from the wetlands that are right along Highway 1, as well as setting the building back further means that the visual impacts are reduced to the greatest degree possible. The building mass variation, there's 3, 2, and single-story buildings as part of the hotel project. The gap between the two buildings was increased from 16 feet as originally proposed to 32 feet to allow a larger area for a view through. And then in terms of minimizing visual impacts, the zoning district does allow up to a 36-foot height on the project site, which is met with this project. As Doug mentioned, the visual simulations of the project provided were from several vantage points, one from Main Street, one from northbound State Route 1 at the intersection itself, another one along the project site on northbound State Route 1, and then one moving southward on the Naomi Patridge Trail. These were all included in the staff report, were included in the final EIR, and we'll just go through them very quickly here for the audience's and public's knowledge. This is the viewpoint from Main Street, and it just shows the photo simulation of the hotel building sitting there beyond the street trees. This is sitting at State Route 1 at Main Street, the Main Street State Route 1 intersection. You can see the new city monument sign there, and then the hotel with the photo simulation of the buildings on the site there. Then as you're getting closer to the site, you've come through the intersection, the photo simulation again of the hotel there. And then lastly, this is the vantage point from the Naomi Patridge Trail on the west side of Highway 1, looking southward, but at the lower elevation of the pedestrian trail there. So moving on then to the architectural review component of the project, I will note again that the architectural review is for the hotel portion of the project only. There are no proposed buildings for the 4-lot residential subdivision that will be captured in a future CDP and architectural review permit. So for the hotel, this project has been through a fair amount of review with the commission and the AAC already. There's been 5 meetings over the past several years that just focused on the design. That doesn't include the meeting that was held for the EIR scoping or the EIR, draft EIR comments. But starting in 2016, a couple in 2018, one in 2020, one in 2021, individual study sessions with the commission, joint meetings as well. The design has definitely changed over time to respond to comments from the commission and the AAC as well. And I know when the applicant makes his presentation, he'll be talking about what those design iterations were in some detail, but just high level. The Planning Commission study session in 2016 started with the presentation of the project at that time, which was a 148-room hotel in a single 3-story building. And I'll show you the site plans of these just to give you some, a little bit of an idea of what those were like. The applicant received feedback from the commission and the community, and at that point reduced the project size to a 129-room hotel, broken up into multiple buildings with 3- and 2-story formats. And then, again, another round of comments from commission and community, and has settled on a project that is a 102-room hotel in 2 buildings, initially connected by a 16-foot-long breezeway, and received comments from the Planning Commission and AAC at a joint study session, and made some further revisions, slightly reduced the size of the buildings, increased the size of the breezeway between the 2 buildings, and has settled on what the Planning Commission has in front of them this evening. So in 2016, with the original project, this is what it was looking like. You can see it was one just kind of long linear singular building closer to Highway 1, and then had the parking lot that wrapped around on the north side of the hotel, and kind of all the way around onto the south side as well. So that's when it was the 148-room hotel. In 2018, this is what the site plan was looking like, a reduced size of the project. Still took up a larger portion of the site than it does now. This was broken up into the 3 buildings. You can see they still kind of stretched along a larger portion of the site and were closer to Highway 1 and the wetland areas that are identified there, where the parking area is still kind of curved along the north side of the hotel and then along Main Street as well. And then finally, circling back to what the 2024 site plan looks like, what is in front of the commission this evening, with the larger open space area up along Highway 1, the parking removed off the north side of the project and all completely on the Main Street side, and then the hotel and just these 2 main buildings with the breezeway connecting it, and this separate little single-story bike rental building. I'll just briefly go through the elevations. These were in the Planning Commission packet. We also have the color and material board over by on the table here that we can certainly bring around to the commission if that would be helpful. This is the south elevation of the hotel. So this is facing the State Route 1 and Main Street intersection. So this is the portion of the project that is the 2-story building. This is the west elevation, both the 2-story and 3-story buildings. This is what faces State Route 1. And you can see the little, kind of little key map here shows you what building you're looking at. So this is the 3-story building. This is the portion of the hotel that's on the north side of the project. And then this is the 2-story portion of the hotel, which is on the south portion of the site. So that faces State Route 1, same buildings, east elevation facing Main Street, the 2- and 3-story portions, and then the north part of the elevation. So this is the short part of the site, which is facing the auto dealership. The building materials are wood board, batten siding, standing seam metal roof. There is a roof form to this building, which is kind of one of the nice features. It's not just a flat roof in an attempt to shrink down the height of the building, so it adds some good architectural detail. And I think the applicant took some good feedback from the AAC and Planning Commission in terms of materials, trying to keep them very, kind of very subdued, and again, the actual material board is over on the side here. The next part of the project is the tentative parcel map. And this is comprised of a shifting of one of the lot lines between the hotel and auto dealership parcels to decrease the hotel site and allow some additional expansion at the auto dealership site to accommodate some additional parking and for the car dealership. The tentative parcel map also includes subdividing the 1.15 acre site on the north side of Seymour Street. It's one parcel now, and that would be separated into 4 separate lots. Again, this site is already zoned R2, so it's already has a residential zoning. There's no development proposed at this time. This is just the tentative parcel map that the commission is considering. This provides a little bit more context. Area C here on this exhibit is the portion that will go from the hotel parcel to the auto dealership parcel. And then E over here shows the 4 lots that are being created with the subdivision of this parcel. You can see lot 4 is much bigger than lots 1, 2, and 3, and that's in order to accommodate a 50-foot setback from the wetlands, which are in the Caltrans State Route 1 right-of-way there. So this whole lot here is all of lot 4, but it shows the 50-foot setback, which will be utilized at whatever point in the future that the applicant comes in with a CDP to build residential units on those lots. The second to last component of the project is a request for a parking exception. This is for the hotel portion of the project only, not related to the residential or auto dealership site. The Planning Commission is well aware of this, but the parking is not a CEQA issue. This is solely a planning and entitlement question. In the Planning Commission, the municipal code allows the Planning Commission to grant an exception for parking requirements. The zoning code, Half Moon Bay zoning code requires 1 parking space per hotel room plus 1 parking space per employee. So in the case of this project, that would be 102 rooms plus a maximum estimated number of employees at the peak number of employees that would be on site is 25. So that would require, per the city's code, 127 parking spaces. The project is proposing 108 spaces, so a reduction is requested there. For the commission's information, we were looking at other parking guidance and other parking requirements that are from other agencies or technical experts, and the ITE, Institute of Transportation Engineers manual, which is a resource for parking and trip generation, notes that 0.64 spaces per room is a broad average for hotels across the country. This is not a California or coast-side specific rate, but that's just for your information. And then the Urban Land Institute, another resource that is often referred to, utilizes a 1 parking space per hotel room requirement without a supplemental requirement for employees. As I noted, the project is proposing 108 spaces, so that's a deficit of 19 spaces. The zoning code allows the Planning Commission, or the decision-making body, in this case the Planning Commission, to grant a parking exception for practical difficulties and unusual hardships. This site and this project is somewhat unusual in that over time, as we've seen the site plan shift, more than 40% of this project site is dedicated to open space, which is not typical for a commercial development project. And so therefore, the amount of area left for buildings, other site improvements, and parking is more limited than at a typical site. So that is a practical difficulty and unusual situation. And the applicant also submitted an analysis of parking occupancy at a Hyatt hotel in Santa Cruz, which supports a lesser number of spaces based on an actual practical use of a very similar hotel type. So that information was provided by the applicant in an effort to assist the commission in making a decision on the parking exception. The last component of this project is the environmental impact report, so the CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act component. So staff early on in this project, and as you could see by the application number for this project, it's been in process for some time, but staff opted to have an EIR prepared for this project just due to general community concerns related to the site, most particularly related to visual resource impacts. So this process of preparing an environmental impact report started in 2018, and that's when the notice of preparation was issued and the Planning Commission held a study session to receive input on the issues that should be studied in the EIR. The draft EIR was published in July of 2022 for a 60-day public review period. During this time, the Planning Commission held a public hearing to receive comments on the draft EIR, and that was on August 9th. After the draft EIR comment period closed in September of 2022, the city's EIR consultants began the work of responding to the 103 public comments that were received on the draft EIR. And I'm going to talk about one more slide, and then I'm going to turn it over to Juliette Martin with Circle Point, and she's going to talk about a few of the different components and aspects of the EIR. And I'm going to let Doug talk here for a couple of minutes. I'll give a quick overview, and then I'll make sure he has a chance to talk about the alternatives. But this was a slide we showed previously talking about how the project had iterated over time, but just highlighting that the 129-room hotel was the original project that was studied in the draft EIR. The 102-room hotel that was brought forth by the applicant after receiving input from the city about concerns about the larger size, the 102-room hotel showed up as alternative 2 in the draft EIR. At the 2021 joint study session with the Planning Commission and AAC, that's when the applicant received some additional feedback about wanting more view sheds through the project to the ridgelines behind. So the project was reduced slightly in size. The breezeway was lengthened, and a larger gap was between the two buildings. And then that project is modified alternative 2 in the final EIR and the proposed project that the commission is looking at tonight. And Doug's going to talk a little bit about alternatives and original projects and how those are utilized in CEQA.
One of the things that's sort of jumping, I was working on this project in 2018-19 and then dropped out of it for medical reasons, and now that I'm healthy, I've been drafted to get back into it. But as I read through the comments now, in hindsight, one thing that's clear is I think there's a lot of confusion about how CEQA works, and I think if you, like I said, our environmental consultants, they deal with it every day, we do at the staff level, and you start to take it for granted, and I think some of this, like the overriding considerations, would be fairly new for the Planning Commission and the public. So I just want to take a minute to sort of clarify a couple of points. First of all, this is how CEQA is supposed to work. It's how the law was written. It's how the courts have, decided cases. And so in this case, we had a project description, which was a much larger project, 142 rooms. It was out there in the public, comments were gathered. The applicant took that under advisement. He's revised the plans numerous times now, as we've discussed, and he's reduced the size of the project by almost a third, much smaller footprint, 40-something fewer rooms. And I just want to make it clear, there are some comments floating around that that's been an unstable project description. Well, in this case, that's the way it's supposed to work, because the changes were in response to input from the public and the Planning Commission. And in each case, it's not like the project got bigger, it got smaller to reduce the impacts, to address the comments. I want to make that clear. And we go through this for initial study, mitigated negative declarations. We look at the exact same impacts. The only difference when you write an EIR is that you have to do an alternatives analysis. And the law says you have to select a reasonable range of alternatives. There's no set number. They have to be feasible. They have to, for the most part, meet the project objectives. There are city objectives that were in the EIR as well as applicants' objectives. And when you get into the alternatives, there's a very focused requirement there under CEQA that you look at significant impacts and then you develop alternatives that will reduce the significance of one or more impacts. You don't have to always make that impact go away, you just have to reduce it. If you cannot reduce it to a less than significant level, that's where you move on to the findings for overriding considerations. And I think that's where a lot of people get confused, because it's required for CEQA, but it's not really part of the EIR process. The state, the courts, they defer to the local decision makers on the overriding considerations because you have the best local knowledge. And so you're saying, okay, there's a significant impact, we've reduced it as much as we can. In this case, it's a visual impact. And you have to decide, are there benefits in furthering other city policies, the strategic elements plan from the city council, direction from the council? Do those outweigh this one impact that can't be reduced to less than significance? And so I said, I've seen a lot of comments that sort of confuse the process. They conflate different pieces of CEQA, but that's really what it boils down to. And I hope that's helpful as we work through this tonight.
That was the most riveting explanation of CEQA I've ever heard. Thank you.
He gives a TED Talk on it as well. It's fascinating. It's really good. And I'm going to do one last slide before I turn over to Juliet, but just to describe the modified alternative 2 in the final EIR. So after the draft EIR was circulated for public review and community feedback had been provided, the project applicant decided to move forward with a slightly smaller project, very similar to alternative 2 in the draft EIR, but again, a little bit changed, and that's described, I think Doug mentioned and I talked about it briefly, but described as modified alternative 2 in the EIR. Again, the only changes there were extended that gap between the two buildings, 16 feet to 32 feet, a slight reduction in the hotel square footage, minor modifications to the parking lot layout. The residential lots were reduced to 4 instead of 8. The residential units, total number of residential units did not change though. And then the project description at that point also provided some greater clarity on how conformance to the LCLUP policies were being met, such as the low-cost accommodations and the open space requirements. And now I'm going to let Juliet come up to the dais there, and she's going to go through a few different slides, and also our technical consultants are going to jump in on Zoom and talk about a couple of their slides as well.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Juliet Martin. I'm an environmental consultant and planner with Circle Point. We are the preparers of the EIR, supported by a technical team in the realms of traffic and noise and visual. So I will start us off here with a reminder of CEQA, the final EIR guidelines 15132. These guidelines indicate that the lead agency, the city, shall prepare an EIR before approving a project. The review of the final EIR generally should focus on responses to the feedback received on the draft EIR. So that's what it contains. The final EIR was prepared in compliance with the other CEQA guideline noted here. It consists of, again, the list of those who commented on the draft EIR, responses to those comments, any revisions made to the draft EIR as a result of that feedback, and any other information the lead agency sees fit to provide. Next slide, please. So again, modified alternative 2 is the reduced intensity alternative. In compliance with CEQA, the EIR, as described previously, must describe a reasonable range of alternatives that could feasibly attain most of the project's objectives and would avoid or substantially lessen any of the proposed project's significant effects. So in the final EIR, the modified alternative 2 was moved forward and considered for approval, as it would meet the same objectives as the original project, and it would substantially lessen the impacts that were identified in the draft EIR. In terms of the differences between modified alternative 2 versus the original project, we did cover some of them. Oh, thank you. Oh, apologies. Thank you for that. We did cover a few of them. Modified alternative 2 is smaller in square footage. So it's stated here, 25,000 square foot smaller. A large percentage, again, of the site will be dedicated to open space. So the original project indicated that 39% would be dedicated to open space, and modified alternative 2 designates 40%. It does include a 4-lot subdivision as opposed to the 8-lot subdivision. And modified alternative 2 would not significantly impact the scenic vistas or the scenic resources where the original project would be expected to. As noted before, it would still have an effect to the visual character, and that is where the significant unavoidable impact comes in. Next slide, please. So for the final EIR, as noted, it's compiled of all the feedback received on the draft EIR. We received over 100 comments on the draft. The responses were addressed in compliance with CEQA guidelines. The CEQA guidelines state, you're supposed to address feedback that was made on the environmental adequacy of the draft EIR. So that's where most of our comments were geared, though we did endeavor to provide responses outside that realm where feasible. In the draft EIR, the first chapters do cover a number of topical responses. These topical responses are meant to encompass the major themes of the feedback received on the draft EIR. So these are considered the key issues as they were received multiple times. These topical responses include aesthetics, traffic, water and hydrology, emergency access and traffic safety, the modified alternative 2, cumulative impacts, and the LCLUP and zoning. As noted here, additional analysis was conducted to support responses to the feedback received on the draft EIR, and also support the proposal of modified alternative 2. So, for example, traffic VMT analysis, that's vehicle miles traveled, air quality, noise. We did consult with our technical experts just to support the final EIR in its completeness. So as noted, we have in this presentation just focused on a couple of topical responses and key issues, and those are namely the traffic concerns as a result of the project and the visual impacts. So traffic analysis, there were many comments made on the draft EIR with concern to the VMT that would be generated by the original project, and just general concerns about traffic in the city and how the project would contribute. And then there were also several comments made on the draft EIR with regards to the aesthetic impacts of the project, if it would be, in compliance with the LCLUP, what visual resources it would affect, the massing considerations. So our next slides do go into a little bit more detail on both of these key issues. And we have today our consultants, W-Trans and FastCast, to speak a little bit more to their expertises.
I think it's Kenny who will be speaking first, and he'll cover the next couple of slides on traffic analysis and methodology. Yeah, it's Kenny Jong.
Go ahead, Kenny. Oh, see if you can unmute yours. There you go. He can unmute. There you go.
Hi, does it work now?
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay. Let me start over from the beginning. My name is Kenny Jong. I'm a traffic engineer with W-Trans, and I'm one of the primary authors of this report. And just on the screen here, just gonna walk you through some of the large or kind of big overview main topics, right? The traffic analysis was based on counts conducted in May or June of 2019. Notably, this is before the 2020 pandemic. So should capture a pretty conservative starting point, right? Just before the travel patterns changed, right? Related to 2020. This included counts during a typical weekday. And also 2 Saturdays, which we specifically chose Saturdays that had local special events. The analysis evaluated operations at 8 intersections, primarily along State Route 1, and 10 roadway segments over 3 peak periods. So that would be the morning and evening commute peaks and a Saturday midday. The intersection evaluation included years 2019, 24, and 2040. So this represents an existing condition, a near-term 5-year projection, and a long-range 20-ish year projection. We think that this was a conservative analysis because we evaluated the 129 room option, which produces a higher number of trips than the 102 room option. That's even with the additional 16 residential dwelling units. We also compared our projected, the 2019 data and 2024 data against recent real world counts on State Route 1 and determined that our projections were higher than what was measured recently in the physical world. And so we can conclude that the analysis that was done, even 2018, 2019, continues to be valid. All right, next slide, please. So the analysis methodologies that we use are consistent with what is required with CCAG and other industry best practices. And what we learned, or what we discovered, was that the intersections and roadways operate within the established level service standards. And that's even with the hotel-related trips added. Just talking about VMT, there would be a less than significant impact in terms of VMT if there's a successful implementation of a TDM program, Transportation Demand Management. Similarly, the residential component would also have a less than significant impact, and primarily because the parcel is located in an area with what would be expected low level of travel or low level of long distance travel. And then just to round it out, one recommendation that we identified is that at each driveway, we recommend that there's no parking adjacent to the driveway, at least 15 feet, and that any landscaping be properly trimmed, and that's to maintain good sightlines. And then I'm going to hand it off to, I believe, Adam.
Through the chair, can you please explain what Transportation Demand Management Program is?
Yes, Transportation Demand Management Program is in this case something that could apply to employees of the hotel, and in some cases guests. So that could be a shuttle program, transporting guests to and from local local attractions, or a little bit further away, like to the airport, and bike share nearby. Basically things that could be offered or required to lessen the chance that a patron or an employee would drive a personal car and instead would take public transit or an active transit like walking or biking.
Through the chair, I have a question. What does residential travel mean here? Residential travel would also have a less than significant impact for VMT. What does that mean?
So consistent with the CEQA requirements for evaluating VMT, we have to look at that for every individual component of the project. So in this case, it's a residential and a hotel. And the residential screens out. That means that, it's located in a parcel that has a lower than threshold VMT. So vehicle miles traveled is what you would typically expect someone to drive as far as distance each day.
So you're talking about the parcels that are not the hotel, right?
They're separate, yeah, yes. The hotel has a vehicle miles traveled, a number associated with it, and the residential, the homes have a separate number.
And when you say implement transportation demand management program, there's kind of no definition of what would be required so that it could result in a less than significant impact in terms of VMT. Can you explain? I just don't understand. Thank you.
The transportation demand management program that we included in our calculations does get into quite a lot of detail as far as what sorts of discounts can be, or what degree of discounts, or when I say discounts, it's like a trip reduction, vehicle trip reduction that's associated with an element of the program. So if there's a shuttle, it's good for X amount of reduction, trip reduction. If there are bike share, it's good for Y amount, etc. So we do in the detail report do lay that out in a lot of detail.
Thank you.
If I may, again, just to sort of clarify, there have been some changes in CEQA over the last several years, and in some ways it became more difficult because we used to look at traffic impacts as how long you would wait at a traffic light, that sort of thing, and then the state decided those were not environmental impacts. They said it's inconvenient, but it's not an impact on the environment. And so they changed to vehicle miles traveled, which is a little more amorphous. It's essentially linked to vehicle emissions, greenhouse gases, and so it's trying to look at a broader picture regionally, how many vehicles are traveling, how many miles, and then you translate that into emissions, and then try and reduce those emissions through various programs, better public transit, buses, bicycles, that sort of thing. And so, again, I think how you deal with VMT is still being sorted out by the courts to a certain extent. So this is our best stab at the data we have and the guidance from the state to get there.
Through the chair. I have a two-part follow-up question on this one. So just to clarify, you use best practices issued by the state and other agencies when doing the traffic analysis?
That is correct.
Great.
We basically followed the guidebook that is issued by the state, Caltrans, and the county.
It wasn't just a best stab.
That's right. It was here's what you're supposed to do, and we followed it.
Great. And the second part, does this project as presented to us include a transportation demand plan? Transportation demand management plan?
It has the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, so the MMRP for the final EIR has a requirement to develop the TDM program before the project is operational.
Great, thank you.
Welcome. So if it's all right with the commission, we'll move on to the second consultant who is joining us remotely, who is Adam from FastCast, and he has the next 3 slides and is describing the visual simulations that were created for the final EIR.
Go ahead, Adam.
Hi. Well, good evening. My name is Adam Noble. I'm a managing partner at FastCast. The business provides a set of environmental services, including visual simulation, lighting analysis, shadow analysis, and some GIS services. In this case, we were asked to join the team to provide visual simulations for the project. You can get to the next slide, which is my slide, and I can get into some details. So, we've been doing visual simulations for over 15 years. Some of the technology has advanced quite a bit and taken a little bit of the interpretation out of it and brought more science into it. But the methodology somewhat remains the same. And I just want to walk through it to provide some clarification for those that are trying to find a better understanding of how we approach these simulations. So the first step is really to build and develop a base existing condition model. And that comes from a variety of sources. We get engineering survey plans. We use aerial photogrammetry. We have location points that are digitized into the model. And all of this is in a coordinate space that we understand and know. In this case, it's state plane coordinate space that we utilize GIS with. So when we bring data in, it's all real world geolocated. And this assures that everything is aligned as closely as possible to the existing conditions as it is in the real world. So we developed these 3D models. We also are provided this high resolution photogrammetry or photos from the viewpoints that are predetermined. We collect those. In this case, these photos had GIS information in them, which is highly accurate in determining where in those state plane coordinates the person was standing and the elevation that they were standing. That's something that we typically don't get, but we're pleased to get that. It also tells us the focal length and some key controls. So when we match the 3D model to the photos, to lock in the alignments that we know were consistent. Virtual cameras are all created, and all this is done in 3ds Max. That's an Autodesk product. I worked at Autodesk for about 10 years prior to doing this. I was part of the team that developed some of these functionalities for this workflow, so we're very familiar with how that's done. But we gather all this data, and generally, it all comes into place as an existing model where we can know where we're standing, create a camera that locks into that. We use terrestrial elements and existing building heights and locations to lock wireframes to assure that we're in the right space. And then we bring in the proposed model. So the next slide. Next slide. There we go. So in this case, we are provided a 3D model of the proposed building. In this case, the modified alternative 2. We drop that in and position it consistently with the site plan into our existing model. We're able to use some lighting techniques to match where the sun was, but this gives us the ultimate, the massing rendering of the model overlaid to the photogrammetry that is locked to the viewpoints. And then once we're satisfied that these things are locked in place and the tech has got the lighting and can run the renderings, it's passed off to our kind of digital photo team, and then they bring in the foreground elements back. They do some color toning and editing, some noise and smoothing, and just to kind of blend the proposed model into the scene. We're not, in this case, we didn't go all the way to try to make it exactly photorealistic. These are just masses, but we did try to match the lighting conditions and the general materials and colors of the design intent. Those simulations are then provided to the team for review, visual review. We go over them. We reconfirm through QC that they're accurate, and then they ultimately go up through to the stakeholders and team. And that's what you're seeing today.
So that concludes Adam's part of the presentation. There will be opportunities to ask the CEQA consultants and the transportation and visual simulation consultant questions once it comes to the commission, but any immediate things that anyone?
I do have a question. You mentioned ITE in one of your slides that.
Transportation related?
Yes,
Okay.
transportation
We
related.
can get to those. Any questions for Adam?
No,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Are you going to show us, through the chair? Are you going to show us the visual simulations as part of the presentation?
Those were the ones that we did show previously.
Yeah.
Happy to jump back to them if you'd like. Okay. If there are no immediate questions for Adam, we'll move on to complete the presentation. That's a lengthy presentation. So these were an overview of the process, the CEQA process of completing the final EIR. And you heard from two of the technical subconsultants on specific topical issues of concern. And when it comes to the final EIR certification, as Doug mentioned as well, if there are significant and unavoidable impacts that remain after all the mitigation measures are developed, an agency needs to adopt a statement of overriding considerations when the final EIR is certified. That's part of the process. That's part of how CEQA works. So with this project, there is one significant and unavoidable CEQA impact in that the build out of the proposed project would result in permanent changes to the existing visual quality of the public views to the project site and its surroundings, namely the long-range views of the hillsides and ridge lines available from publicly accessible viewpoints near the project site. So with this significant and unavoidable impact identified, a statement of overriding considerations has been drafted as part of your staff report. The Planning Commission is the decision-making body that has the authority to certify this EIR, and then with that, adopt the statement of overriding considerations for the project. Again, draft provided with the staff report. The commission is certainly welcome to make any changes, modifications to that SOC as they see fit. And under CEQA, the decision-making body that has project approval authority for a development project, whether it's issuing a CDP, approving a tentative parcel map, site and architectural review, is also the body to certify the EIR and adopt any statement of overriding considerations for the project. So for this project, that is the Planning Commission, so you have the authority to do all the fun things. And Doug may have something to add here on the statement.
I would just clarify, I'm concurring on that. We did have comments that only the city council can adopt overriding considerations. We asked the city attorney to take a dive into that. They've confirmed under state law it is the decision-making body, which tonight is the Planning Commission. If the city council didn't like your decision, they could call this up and do their own thing. But there's nothing that would stop you tonight from making a decision one way or the other on that. I think I've sort of, the other sticky point, I don't know how deep I want to get into it, but with the overriding considerations, it gets a little bit confusing. Just make it clear, we're not changing any of the impacts in the EIR or the significance of the impacts. This is really more local decision-making, what's important to the community, and you have pretty broad discretion. We've provided in the staff report, the EIR, the project objectives by the city. Those may be particularly relevant to you, as well as the applicant's objectives. Those are significant in determining the range of alternatives, but it's also something that I think factors into that decision as to whether the overriding considerations are really in the city's best interest. So I would refer you to those. And other than that, I think we're just ready to turn it back over and let things wrap up here as soon as, well, one more, I think.
No, I think we've reached the end of our presentation. Up on the screen there is the recommendation as stated in the staff report. Staff's recommending that the commission by resolution both certify the environmental impact report, adopt CEQA findings and a statement of overriding considerations, as well as a mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the EIR, and then approve this PDP 07213 and everything that goes with it there, which I won't read through. You have that. And then just by way of recommendation in terms of process suggestions, I think after this, probably turning it over to the applicant and public comment, we do have the EIR consultants here this evening. We also have our two technical sub-consultants available on Zoom. So I would encourage the commission to ask any questions of those experts while we have them tonight. And that concludes staff's presentation, and I'll turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you for that. At this point, I would like to invite the applicant to make their presentation.
Good evening, Chair Gossett, and planning commissioners, staff, and everybody that came out to attend tonight. I want to thank you for being here. And my first comment I want to make is we've been at this now for over 8 years, and it's produced a better product. We've gone through many changes in design, and I'm way happier with where this is today than from where we started. But to put it in perspective, I prepared a PowerPoint presentation tonight, and I think it's best if you guys watch that, and it kind of shows where we were and where we are today. So if we could play that. I'm going to sit down because it goes for a little bit. Unless you want me to stand up.
No, you can go ahead and sit down. They're working on it.
Good evening. My name is Greg Jameson. I'm a longtime resident of Half Moon Bay. Our family has owned and operated the James Ford Auto Dealership since 1985. Next year marks our 40 years in business here, supporting our community. Even though the auto industry has consolidated considerably, we are still around. Originally, we considered building a new auto dealership on the vacant parcel, but were unable to attract another brand, which made it difficult on the economics for the investment. It was in August of 2014 that we first considered developing the adjacent site with a hotel. We hired a consultant to do a study for us. They are well-known PKF Consulting, a hospitality advisors firm. In November of 2014, PKF Consulting performed a market demand study on the subject property. The analysis addressed accessibility, visibility, proximity to demand, and long-term strategic potential. The study came in the
At this point, we might take a 5-minute recess so that the staff can work on the technical issues with this presentation. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Can we play it and then I can like do this?
Oh, no, because it's coming out of there. Unless you want to do it through here.
Yeah, that's right. Can you maybe we can do it that way? Because you can just hit.
Reopen the public hearing, and the applicant has a presentation. I think the technology is now working.
Sorry about that. Okay, I'm gonna start it. Here we go.
Can we get the presentation for the?
And I didn't state the name of the applicant, Greg Jameson. I kept calling him the applicant. Sorry, Greg.
Good evening. My name is Greg Jameson. I'm a longtime resident of Half Moon Bay. Our family has owned and operated the James Ford Auto Dealership since 1985. Next year marks our 40 years in business here, supporting our community. Even though the auto industry has consolidated considerably, we are still around. Originally, we considered building a new auto dealership on the vacant parcel, but were unable to attract another brand, which made it difficult on the economics for the investment. It was in August of 2014 that we first considered developing the adjacent site with a hotel. We hired a consultant to do a study for us. They are well-known PKF Consulting, a hospitality advisors firm. In November of 2014, PKF Consulting performed a market demand study on the subject property. The analysis addressed accessibility, visibility, proximity to demand, and long-term strategic potential. The study came in the conclusion the site ranged between excellent and very good. The recommendation was for a minimum of 100 guest rooms. In 2015, we approached 3 of the major hotel brands. They were all very interested in being in the Half Moon Bay market. We ended up selecting Hyatt Hotels. The next several slides are going to show the history of this development. It was in April of 2016 when we first submitted an application to the city to develop a hotel on our 5-acre parcel located on South Main Street and Highway 1. In October of 2016, we attended our first Planning Commission meeting. The hotel was proposed as 147 guest rooms, 198 parking spaces, and over 112,000 square feet. This included a mixed-use building near the South Gateway. This was our first design. For the meeting held October of 2018, a new hotel design was proposed based on environmental studies performed showing there were wetlands located along the west property line in conjunction with the Caltrans right-of-way. This new plan offered a 75-foot buffer from the wetlands. The room count was reduced to 140 guest rooms. In July of 2020, we attended an Architectural Advisory Committee meeting. With this plan, we increased the buffer from the wetlands to 100 feet. This was done by reducing the size of the hotel to 129 guest rooms. In June 2021, we had another Planning Commission meeting. This time we came in with a whole new design, reducing the size of the hotel to 102 guest rooms, which has a much smaller footprint on the site. The design not only provided the 100-foot buffer from the wetlands, but increased substantially the building setbacks from the south and west property lines and increased the open space to over 2 acres of the 5-acre site. Also, a lot line adjustment was proposed, adding 0.61 acres of the hotel site to the auto dealership, creating a buffer between the 2 businesses. No buildings are planned for this area. In addition, the land north of Seymour Street was proposed to be subdivided into 8 residential lots, as allowed under the existing R2 zoning district. This brings us current. The plan shown here is called Modified Alternative 2, as shown in the EIR. It includes increasing the space between the 2 hotel structures from 16 feet to 32 feet apart along the west edge. This modification was offered at the Planning Commission meeting held in August of 2022 during the draft EIR process. And that offer was based on previous input from the Planning Commission, Architectural Advisory Committee, and the public. In regard to the property north of Seymour Street, it has been modified from the proposed 8 lots subdivision to 4 lots because of wetlands that were found off-site in the Caltrans right-of-way, which is west of the proposed Lot 4. These wetlands resulted in the requirement of providing a 50-foot buffer along the west edge of the site. You can see Lot 4 is quite large, as part of it is unbuildable, as it will have an easement providing this buffer from the wetlands. Here is a summary of the design changes over the years. You can see in 2016 we started out at 147 rooms. Now we are down to 102 rooms. And the square footage went from 112,373 square feet. It is down to 66,268 square feet. As for the north side of Seymour Street, that has been reduced from the proposed 8 lots. It is down to 4 lots. This view is from the Wavecrest Trail. It is a common trail that many people enjoy walking in this area. It is about a half mile west of the hotel site. From that location on the Wavecrest Trail, this photo was taken with a high-resolution camera on a tripod. It was easy enough to see the north and south story poles in the photo, as represented here with the white candlestick marks. The pole further south represents the south property line, which was calculated using the site plan data. Here is a simulation of the hotel from the same view. This shows what it would look like when viewing the mountains. This aerial view allows us to put the site into perspective. It shows the hotel structures have been located in the northeast corner of the property, allowing the greatest setbacks, over 90 feet from Highway 1 and 1.5 football fields from the Southern Gateway intersection. By providing this 2 acres of open space, which is considered visitor serving, this area would now be open to the public. This area will feature planting of native species, which rehabilitates the buffer zone area, a bike path that connects from the South Gateway that extends on-site and off-site north to Seymour. The on-site portion of the bike path will be permeable. The walking paths in this area are also permeable and are ADA compatible. Educational signage, which describes the wetlands and native species. The inclusion of several park benches in this area. A 2-rail fence will be installed along the edge of the bike path to protect the wetlands along the highway. And most importantly, providing the public access to the site, creating new views to the west that overlook the Wavecrest open space area. The look of this open space area will be similar to what you see when visiting the coastal trails. This would be a nice addition for those traveling along the highway. These improvements will greatly enhance the Southern Gateway into the city. This view is looking at the north building from Main Street. A few enhancements have been made. Bike lockers have been added along the fence line. The waste area has been relocated. It is now positioned so that it is not directly in public view. This was done in response to public comment. A fire lane has been provided at the request of the fire department. Additional bike racks were added adjacent to the bike building. To the left side of the picture, with increased space between the 2 buildings, this area has become more functional for outdoor events. A couple days ago, I spoke with John Riddell at the fire department across the street from the hotel site. I like to keep them informed on what is going on. John said to me the fire department has up to 20 classroom events per year. Attendance is usually 15 to 40 people per event, depending on the type of class. These events usually take place on Monday through Fridays. He said they need lodging and they would be interested in having their people stay at our hotel, as that would be a great convenience for them. I have lived and worked in Half Moon Bay for many years now. I have attended many city meetings and have made it an interest in being involved in our community. I hope this information I have provided tonight is helpful. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Where did it go?
Oh,
Where did it go? Oh, I took it, but I knew that I couldn't. Dear Lord.
So that's all I have for right now. My team's here tonight if there's questions for them, and if there is time for me to rebut any, or if there's questions need to be answered, I'd like to be able to have it maybe a moment later in the evening. Thank you.
thank you. At this point, I'd like to call Tom Carey up, and after Tom, Chrysalin, and then after Chrysalin, Nancy Fontana.
Tom Carey, 114 Magellan Avenue, Half Moon Bay. In my presentation, I have a little 2-minute video. I took a video from the intersection that goes straight north down to Kelly Avenue. It just gives you a general idea of the setback that the hotel has as compared to the rest of the developments that's been done in the city of Half Moon Bay. And there it is. That's a dealership. Now we're coming out of the city proper. As you know, most of these structures are right up pretty close to the highway. As concerning to the hotel, which is set back severely. There's our traffic. I just want to say that I'm 100% in favor of the staff's recommendation and this project going forward. It's been over 8 years. I've followed it myself. 40% open space, bike racks, room for public space. I think it's a project the city desperately needs. I myself stay at the Hyatt Parks all over California. I have nothing to do with this project though, but it's a lot of people. We have okay use of hotels, but they don't have $1,000 a night to stay at the Ritz. This is a project that will bring business people in, and a heck of a lot of people that I know will stay there. And I also think it will take care of the downtown people that we needs business. They don't have it, and this will bring it, and we get this at least downtown some life, and it won't die at 7:30 or 8 o'clock at night. It'll get a lot of use. I think it benefits the city on taxes, everything that has to go with it. It's a win-win as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, but I did fail to say that each speaker is allowed 2 minutes, so.
Thank you so very much, Crystal Lynn with the Cosi Chamber of Commerce. I just wanted to bring to you some stats for your decision-making discussion later on. Currently, Half Moon Bay, proper the city limits, has 12 hotels that have 739 rooms. 261 of them are at the Ritz and are considered extremely high-end. This project, which has been noted before, will bring much-needed meeting space and much-needed mid-room rentals to our coast-side. As somebody who is in the visitor center almost every day, and here's what people are looking for to stay on the coast-side, it's very difficult to tell them the wide gap there is between the low end and then the high end. We don't have a lot of the sweet spot room rates that the Hyatt Hotel would bring in. I would like to note that over the pandemic alone, so well after this project started, we lost 60 rooms to 2 closures, the Coastside Inn and the Victorian Room Inn. More than 3 years ago, we had one hotel. We lost 12 rooms to a hotel fire that has yet to reopen. We have 2 hotels that have 33 rooms that prefer to run at 2.5% and the other at 20%. It's at their leisure. In comparison to other areas that I believe everybody here would think, I like this place, I would like to go there. Carmel, California is 1 square mile with 42 hotels and 1,000 rooms. Cannon Beach, Oregon has 1.5 square miles, 40 hotels, and Napa has 18 square miles with 3,085 rooms, with 879 in development over the course of 27 hotels and inns. Healdsburg, 4.2 square miles with 31 hotels. With our 12 and those who do not participate in our occupancy, we do have room to grow, and this hotel with its meeting room spaces would allow us to bring what we truly seek, which is mid-week corporate groups who spend a lot of money and aren't adding to our traffic on the weekends. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Fontana. Is Nancy here? Okay. And then after Nancy, I have David Klein.
Hi there, Hi there, thank you. First, I wanted to thank the Planning Commission for the hard work you do. I know you're volunteers and you do a lot of very difficult, detail-oriented analysis, and that's appreciated. I don't envy you. I also really appreciated your statements of non-bias and on conflict of interest, because after what I witnessed at a recent council meeting, that was very refreshing, and I thank you for that. I've grown up on the coast, so it's very hard for me. I love the coastal hills, and I'd really rather there not be this project. I recognize that it's a difficult parcel, given the shape, and I recognize that I think that the developer has done a good job of reducing it and trying to mitigate the problems from the original plans, and I appreciate that. I'm a little confused about the process with the townhomes, because they're included, but yet there's nothing substantial about it. I don't understand that. I'm also concerned about the parking, any loss of parking, because I feel there's been a systematic approval of projects that don't provide adequate parking. And I feel like I'm feeling like the city is skirting around rules and regulations to make all this stuff work. And I almost, and it gives rise to suspicion. Are they trying to turn parking into a crisis so they can go after someone's land to build a parking lot? I don't know. I mean, I don't understand why every development gets a break on that, because it's a problem. And then recently the city council talked about a street plan that's going to reduce parking spaces further. It's going on and on and on. So I'm wondering if the townhomes are going to also want reduced parking. And I think that should be identified now, not later, because that's important. Thank you.
Thank you. After David Klein, I have Paulette Eisen.
So my name's David Klein. I live in Montero. I've lived on the coast for 58 years. I've seen a lot of changes here. I provided an analysis of the non-irrigated farmland on the property. I've been involved in property management on the coast side for 50 years. The last 20 years, I've been involved in forensic real estate, working with judges, attorneys, and doing mediation, arbitration, and disputes over land values. So I came up with an evaluation. There was very good data for dry irrigated land. So I didn't have any questions on that, but this is a unique piece of property. I support the project, and I wasn't compensated for doing this work. Thank you.
If we could refrain from clapping, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Just when I come up? No, okay.
We're also keeping booze away.
Okay, thank you. I'm Paulette Eisen. I live here in Half Moon Bay. And I'm just curious, because I've talked to so many people lately, and I have yet to find somebody who lives here who actually is aware that the city is in a bad financial situation. That we are, like, any hands like that know that we're like $4 million in the hole?
Okay, actually, can you address us, please?
All right.
Thank you.
So one of the reasons I think we have to get real and we have to get practical. The two ways to deal with a deficit is cut expenses and increase revenue. Even if we cut expenses, which I certainly would like to see, we still need more revenue coming into this city for so many things and so many expenses that we have just from an infrastructure standpoint. Farmer housing, farming, fishing, none of that is going to give us the kind of revenue that we really need. We're in a town that really is a tourist town. This is our pathway to more revenue. We need to balance that with, of course, the jewel of what we have here on the coast is our open bluffs, our open space, and our beaches. That's where we want to make sure we are protecting that area. For all of us who really love this environment, we want to protect that area above everything else. But here we have a hotel project that I am supporting. I didn't support it 8 years ago, but so many changes have been made to this project, so much effort to turn it into something that is going to work for this community. And so I am now fully in support of this.
Thank you, Paulette. Your time is up.
Oh, is it? Okay. All right.
Okay.
Well,
All right, thank you. Steve Hyman, and then after Steve, I have Michael Adler. I think it's Adler. I hope I'm pronouncing it. Okay, I couldn't read your hand.
Good evening, and thank you very much for letting me speak. I'm Steve Hyman, a longtime resident and local business owner. I'm hoping tonight you'll approve the Hyatt Hotel project as it's been sitting in permit hell for way too long, specifically 8 years now. I've been fortunate enough to have been writing for the Review for almost 30 years now, covering real estate on the coast and the punitive way people are treated by excessive approval process, sometimes taking decades to approve Beechwood, Pacific Ridge, Wavecrest, Dunes Beach, Big Wave, the Hyatt Hotel, are just to name a few. In some cases, the objections to many of these projects are both creative and laughable. We have birds, frogs, wetland weeds, and even tsunamis. And here, some of the objecting that this hotel blocks the scenic hills to the east. Well, I drive past this site several times every day, and I don't see anything scenic being blocked for the 5 seconds or so it takes my car to pass the site. First, the trees on Main Street are now almost the height of the story poles, and in a few years they will be taller than the hotel. And on the east side of Main Street, you have the fire station, the Coastal Repertory Building, and Main Street housing, none of which, in my opinion, are so architecturally significant that their views should be protected for all the drivers to admire. It's just one of the many coastal reasons to say no to everything. But a few months ago, you showed the community that you can actually approve projects quickly, like Kelly Avenue and Stone Pine, while handing out huge variances like candy on Halloween. If you can approve a grossly overpriced, oversized building, which is exempt from property taxes, that will cost our taxpayers a fortune to subsidize, you can certainly approve a project that will make money for our broke city. Many taxpayers are angry with the city over this wasteful spending, and I believe that they will reject the proposed sales tax increase, so it's even more important that we get revenue coming in, and fast. If for some reason you can't approve the project tonight, I'd like to suggest you privately speak with the owner and tell him precisely what changes you'd like to be made. And hopefully people won't having to be spending 8, 10, or even 30 years to get projects approved.
Thank
and
you.
in the end,
Thank
doing
you.
significantly to the, all in the end is significantly increasing the cost of the projects for everyone and deprive our community of much needed revenue.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael, and then after that, I have Mike Ilifano.
I moved to the coast in 2021 with my family, raised our 2 girls here. We moved here because of the quality of life, and I believe our built spaces either can enhance or detract from that quality of life. So I look at this project with keen interest. I live in Arroyo Leon, within walking distance. I'm a long-term board member of Coastal Rep. So the south part of Main Street is also part of my view of Half Moon Bay's quality of life. I truly believe this hotel is a huge enhancement for our community. You folks are charged with not only approving it, but coming up with overriding considerations for the view corridor. In no particular order, this is what I see as the overriding considerations. Jobs. We activate the South Main Street streetscape, which is sorely needed. It's architecturally pleasing with sympathetic materials, tax revenue. There's a great synergy with Coastal Rep. Greg already talked about a synergy with the fire department. And I think the 2 acres of open space is an extraordinary accommodation that the sponsor of this project has made to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And then after Mike, I have David Pasternak.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mike Alifano. Thank you for being here tonight, and to staff, you guys are amazing, and thank you for volunteering your time. My name is Mike Alifano. I live here, born and raised here. Moved back after leaving to go to college about 25 years ago. Bought a house on Magnolia, so I'm 1 street away. So if you go in my backyard, you can see the story poles over the dealership. Started a business here at the same time, so these are all important things for me. Part of the reason why I'm here tonight in support of the project, Greg has been an amazing neighbor. He's built all the houses west of me on my street. Been great to deal with. He's a man of his word. He's done everything he said he would do, and I appreciate that. Dealership's been great. We have Ford vehicles, and we love what they do for us. A couple things I wanted to point out that I think are going to be key for why I'm here tonight, and maybe some people in the South Main area is we have an issue with parking with recreational vehicles, people that park their junker cars down there more than 72 hours. Sometimes there's commercial vehicles, they park their trucks there for a long period of time, and it's frustrating as a homeowner, you know, just a few blocks away. So with more attention to that south end of Maine, I think it's going to fix that issue. So I actually appreciate that. The image of driving into town and not looking at all those junkers and RVs and vehicles in front of the fire station and Coastal Rep is what I see today. And what I'd love to see is what they're proposing tonight. I think it's beautiful. I think it's done right, it's tasteful, and it will add to what you see when you pull into Half Moon Bay. I think it's great. The other thing is living just 2 doors down from Main Street on weekends like our last weekend, the issue of people sitting in traffic, it's frustrating. The music's loud, the people are out around their cars. So I think that's a great thing. My other issue is the 600-700 block of Main, it kind of stops. I think if we continue down, we're going to open up the business on Main there. And the last is transit and occupancy tax. We could use the money as a city, and I think if the city would do something like a community swimming pool with these dollars, I would love it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. David is next, and after David, I have Colleen Henry, or Henny. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name.
Good evening. My name is David Pasternak. I've been a resident of the Coast Side for 45 years. My wife was a teacher here for 30 years, and our kids were born and raised here as well. I believe in private property, so this isn't a matter of confiscation or just preventing development for the sake of development. I also support development and acknowledge that hotels are a major portion, or generate a major portion of our revenue. Nevertheless, I have some real problems with this project and with the way we got here. To start with, we have laws, local and state, which govern development. The EIR points out that there are many violations that will accompany this project. In fact, there's acknowledgement by everybody, opposed and in favor of the project, that there's a significant and unavoidable violation of basic environmental law involving obstruction of visual access to the hills. Now, some people will just say that that's silly. It's going to be just a few seconds. I don't get to see the hills. Why is that stupid law there, and why should it be obeyed? Well, the fact is we're stuck with that. We're stuck with that. When you're a consultant, I'm not sure if you're a consultant, sir, but his exposition regarding CEQA was described as the most riveting explanation of CEQA that one of you had ever heard. I think it was accurate for the most part, but when he said you haven't really had to deal with consideration of whether or not there are overriding considerations, that was true. And the reason is because that's normally not a matter of consideration. You violate the law or intend to in a way that's considered serious and unavoidable. Basic rule is you don't get a permit. So then you have consideration of what benefit is so important that that serious and unavoidable consequence should be basically forgiven, as well as several others. I mean, I'm not going to dwell on particulate and noise and light pollution. I mean, those are matters of concern, they're violations, but it's not something that really arouses my concern that much. But when you have to look at what the overriding considerations are, I really get the sense that not only are the problems being minimized, but some of these advantages are also really being magnified a lot. Giving the...
Thank you. Your time is up. Can you wrap it up?
I will wrap it up, and I'll
Okay.
say I would hope that you do your independent research to the extent that you can. Go to the site, read all of the materials, including the voluminous almost statement by David Shore for another view of some of the factual information. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleen? After Colleen, we have Jim Mercurio. Is Colleen still here? Oh, good. Oh, there you are. Okay, thank you.
Hi there, thank you so much for hearing me out here. I'm Colleen Henney with the Half Moon Bay Downtown Association, and I have two businesses on Main Street, Jupiter and Main, and Juneau's Little Mercantile. Of course, as business owners, we're in favor of this hotel going in on the south of Main Street. It would contribute beautifully to a lively and thriving downtown and would provide visitors an amazing experience to stay nearby. My husband and I also work closely with the Hotel BID and the Chamber of Commerce, and we designed, built, and manage the Visit Half Moon Bay website. Regarding the 55% occupancy rate that's being used to suggest the Half Moon Bay doesn't need more hotel rooms, that data is being misinterpreted. It includes several hotels that either didn't report data or weren't operating during 2023, so the actual occupancy rate is closer to 65%, and during the peak months of summer, hotels are at 75% occupancy. If you set aside roadside motels and luxury resorts like the Ritz and focus just on the hotels that are the same size and price range as this project, they're at 85% occupancy in peak season, which is functionally full. There will always be a few scattered midweek vacancies, so there's no doubt that we're turning away overnight visitors during the peak season. And in the process, we're turning away tax revenue. Those overnight visitors are also going to need to eat, and they might need to do some shopping, and the most convenient place for them to do so is downtown. I understand many people don't want visitors here, but unfortunately Half Moon Bay isn't a big enough city to sustain itself on the local population alone, and visitor dollars support our city infrastructure. Lastly, adding 80 hotel rooms will not increase the number of visitors here. The people are going to come, they're coming anyway, they're coming to the beach. Giving them a place to stay means they're more likely to spend money in our community and support people like me who live here and support my mortgage and my family from my business that I have downtown in Half Moon Bay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And after Jim, Oswaldo.
Hi, good evening. I'm Jim Mercurio. My wife and I are here to support this project for a number of reasons. What I will tell you is, first, hesitantly, I want to commend you for doing the due diligence that you did on this. And the reason why I say hesitantly is that 8 years is a crazy amount of time to do your work, right? So I understand that there's others that came before you, but to put the applicant, Mr. Jameson, through that process for 8 years, and for him to still stay here and can be committed to a project like this, ought to be commended. If I was in your shoes and I was one of the residents here, I would be begging and praying and thanking him for the efforts that he put here. Mr. Jameson is a very ethical man. He is a dedicated resident to this community. The design, I think, is elegant. And if laws that you're worried about that are quote-unquote being broken, laws and rules and things are provided to you, and methods for why you address some of those things have been provided to you by many experts and many of you along the way. So I would rely on the experts that you surround yourself with and take the opportunity to address the concerns and approve this project with the means and methods that you have before you. But again, this is a beautiful project. This is a dedicated man. It is a dedicated family that has been and had roots here for a long, long time. I would be one that would be honestly thankful for somebody like that who takes the time and the business etiquette to dedicate himself to providing an opportunity like this, not only for you, but the residents here. So I would approve, if I were in your shoes, I ask and beg you to approve it for a number of reasons, as you have heard today. But again, thank you for your time. I appreciate your effort and would appreciate if you would support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. And after Oswaldo, I have Paul McGregor.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners, and City staff. My name is Oswaldo Segueda. I'm a representative of the Carpenters Local 217, so that covers the area of Hammond Bay. So I would like to tell you the importance of having a project like this one in Hyatt Hotel on Main Street, to build a responsible general contractor to utilize apprenticeships requiring healthcare for workers and paying construction workers a decent living wage. When contractors use workers from training apprenticeships, they are getting qualified workers that train in safety and professionalism. Keeping the job safe should be top priority on all projects. When workers are not trained in safety, accidents happen more frequently. By utilizing apprenticeships, workers are also giving their professionalism for the projects, where projects become more successful, being on the budget and on time. All construction workers should have health care. Construction jobs are dangerous and accidents can happen anytime. For that worker that gets hurt, by having health care gives a worker the peace of mind knowing that they won't get stuck with a major bill that could be hard to them to pay off. Healthcare projects workers on and off of the job so that they can get to have a better care. And also important to construction workers are being paid fairly. With inflation rising every year, it is already hard for construction workers to be able to live in the Bay Area. These men and women work hard to make a living so they can take care of themselves and their families. All I would like to see is this project will be built by a responsible general contractor that takes care of their workforce. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And after Paul McGregor, I have Anthony Basso.
Good evening. Paul McGregor, various places of the coast side I've lived on, and I currently live at Cabrillo Highway in San Gregorio. I want to applaud the Jameson family for being so patient in this long endeavor. It's taken a very long time. This hotel's gone from 148 rooms down to 102 based upon community input and planning commission input also. They've also dedicated 2 acres of open space for this, which sets back the hotel farther from the highway, which really reduces the height when you stand back on the other side of the highway and look towards the hillside. So as far as the obstructing the hillside, I really don't see that. The other concern I have is I've built properties along Highway 1. The last project I did was at 555 Poplar. There was no concern of wetlands there. There's also 2 other homes that have recently been built. I believe there's one on Magnolia that's an ADU, and there's another one being finished up on Filbert, which is right on the highway. No comments, no brought up anything about wetlands. I don't know why his property has the same wetland conditions as we do, but I don't know. I don't get it. That bothers me. Parking issues. You guys are concerned about the amount of spaces, 109 spaces and another 28 for employees. Well, I would say that the people that live across the road at the Main Street Housing Complex would probably be getting a lot of jobs out of this project, and there'd be less employees driving onto the property and taking up those valuable spaces. And I think they would love to see this thing happen because it brings employment to this community. It brings TOT to the city, which they desperately need. I've also ran some Airbnb situations, and as far as the occupancy rate goes, I ran 70 to 80% consistently all through the year. I believe this project has been overly evaluated and that it's time for it to move on and vote yes on it. Thank you.
Thank you. And after Anthony, I have Chad Hooker.
Good evening. I'd like to thank the Planning Commissioner and the applicant for working carefully with the community to see this through. Everybody here has said everything I was going to say. I'm in favor of the project. I think it's perfect for that site. Thank you.
Thank you.
Evening. I'm Chad Hooker. I'm on the Architectural Advisory Committee, so I have some familiarity with this project. And I need to say that I have been both pleased and frankly kind of amazed to see this come back time and again, improved each time, reduced in size and scope, enduring the inflation costs of constant studies and then more and more and more costs for construction, while it's a smaller and smaller project. And yet, Mr. Jameson has, I don't want to say hung in there, I would say endured this process in a way that shows how committed he is to making this thing right. The decision you have tonight about, I've lost the words here, but the special consideration you have to give regarding a view shed is, I think, a non-starter. I want to be clear, I'm not speaking for the Architectural Advisory Committee, but when this was before the committee, I spent a good deal of time down on the bike trail and actually in the median, hugging all the K-rail that was there during the construction of the South Main Street portal, looking at this project, looking at story poles, and then ignoring the story poles and realizing that there really is not a viable upland hill view because of the lollipop trees on both sides of Main Street and the fire tower and the theater and some of the low income, or I should say the housing that's along in there. So I don't think that should be a showstopper in any way. I strongly advise you to pass this. It's time. We need this hotel. Thank you.
My next speaker is Terry, and then after Terry, Dave. Dave Shore.
Terry Andriotti. We've been in Half Moon Bay for 97 years, and I think anybody who's owned property in this town should have the right to develop it if it's zoned for it. I know when he bought this property, he probably asked the city, I plan on doing some development here and you guys all okayed it. If you would tell people you can't develop it, they wouldn't spend their lifetime trying to get things through. I'm totally for this project. I know that he's putting in bike rentals, so there's going to be a lot of people, doing businesses on Main Street. It's dead down on Main Street, like this one person said, after 7 o'clock. People ride their bikes down the bike trail, down to my farm, to the driving range, and I know there's going to be, he's going to have a bus that takes people to the airport or wherever. And I am, like I say, I'm very total for his project. I'm total for people's rights to develop. And it's a nice design. And I was just driving by in my truck, and I swear you can't really, I mean, you got to watch what you're doing with the stoplight there. So you're really not checking out the hills. And there's not that much of a view of those hills, but if, like you were saying, from the main bike trail by the ocean, you still got a view of the beautiful hills. And I'm for this project, so I hope I know you've done a lot of work, and this poor guy's been through so much stuff. So I think it's time to say yes to his project. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, I guess it's time for an opposing viewpoint. Later, somebody's going to read into the record a statement by Rick Southern, who's out of town now, but Rick started a petition that got 600 signatures from people primarily in this area, but also all over the Bay Area, California, across the United States, and from foreign visitors who also think that this hotel would not be the right choice. So first, I'd like to just address Doug there. I certainly never used the word collusion, and I don't believe anybody else has either. What is being questioned is using viewpoints upon which the analysis is based by cities. Sorry. What is being questioned is the choice of viewpoints being used for analysis in the EIR, and that's used to make the recommendations to the Planning Commission for decision-making. The closest point to the hotel, which was used to make those conclusions, is 300 feet south of the southern extent of the building, totally discounting what happens as you go further north. Other people have different opinions of the degree to which views of the hills are impeded. I think that should be objective, not subjective, and I think there's a different conclusion available. But the story polls are up. Everybody can make their own decisions. A lot of talk has been made about where we started and where we are. For the purposes of making your decision tonight, the 148-room version doesn't matter. What matters is before you now and whether or not it has impacts that are significant, unavoidable, and of concern. And in fact, this project as currently proposed, based on objective viewing of the site and the story poles and what that does to the hills and other considerations, there are 6 sections of Chapter 9 of the LUP in which it is non-conforming, not 2 sections as the consultants and staff maintain. And you've been provided with a huge amount of information from myself, from other members of the community. I know there are public comments which were skewed a little bit more negative than what you heard here tonight. But on balance, this is a project which would have been approved many years ago if it were simply smaller. You wouldn't have been arguing about it for 8 years if it was not so large. So I urge the Planning Commission to not approve the resolution before you tonight and to direct staff to come back at your next meeting with findings for denial of the project as proposed. And Greg can come back with a smaller project. Thank you.
Thank you. And Bridget, are you going to read a statement into the record?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I will read one and then we'll go to the Zoom comments. I'm reading this for Rick Southern. He couldn't be here tonight. He's out of town and asked for this to be read into the record. I've been an El Granada and Half Moon Bay resident since 1998. As have many other coastal residents, I have been closely following the evolution of the proposal of the building of the Hyatt in Half Moon Bay. Concerned that there really has been no evolution in mitigating the reasons to deny the proposal, on September 15th, I started the direct Half Moon Bay Planning Commission to reject the Hyatt Hotel proposal petition. This online petition began with an email to a number of friends as well as posting on Nextdoor. Organically, from there, the petition caught fire. We have currently 574 signatures to date, with more each day. Some of their comments: we do not need another hotel. Protect open space. Too big, too unnecessary. The EIR is flawed. The project does not conform. It's not what we want. Violation of the Half Moon Bay LCP. If built, it will be a big mistake. The building will dominate and integrate the area. We don't have the infrastructure. Valid, varied opinions repeated in the petition hundreds of times. Read next door and you will find the 80 to 90% opposition to the project. This really boils down to the developer trying to push through a not conforming, easily denied project against the wishes of a vast majority of local residents whose lives will be negatively impacted. As a parent whose daughter attended Hatch, Cunha, and Half Moon Bay High School, I'm very acquainted with the already horrific traffic situations for those trying to get to their jobs and to schools. Please don't be the HMB or Half Moon Bay Planning Commission that makes this terrible, irreversible mistake to approve the project and leave us coastal residents worse off in numerous imperishable ways. That's it.
Thank you. And I believe we have a couple online.
Yes, we do.
speakers.
The first person we'll have is Sid Young.
Thank you.
Yes.
I live in Moss Beach, and I go by Carlisle Ann Young on my legal name. Basically, I was going to oppose the project, but I really do feel that it's a beautiful rendition. I saw the earlier plans, and I didn't like them, but it looks pretty now. And they did cut down the amount of rooms. My main concern, however, and this is more about the city of Half Moon Bay, and not so much the developer, and that is the fact that I know he's been waiting his turn a long time, but meanwhile, the city has had a lawsuit with the sewer authority Mid-Coast Side, which incorporates 2 other sewer districts, and the city has been using 60% of the flow of the sewer plant, which is a joint powers authority, and they're suing the other 2 sister agencies, and they don't want to pay their share of the upkeep of the sewer plant. So they've failed to prevail in 2 court cases so far, and it's been kicked down the road until 2025 to go to full trial. And the problem is, meanwhile, there's 40 units been approved at 555 Kelly, and another 37 units. I drove down Stone Pine today, and the tractors are busy making way for the 37 units at the mobile home park, and now there's another 120 units. It's only going to make that 60% go up. So that means that the sewer treatment plant is going to go more than 60% for Half Moon Bay's share. So I'm hoping that this hotel, when it's at full occupancy, will have a sustainable laundry system for all the 20 rooms and the flushing and all of that. That's all I'm concerned about, really, because, you know, when people are in there showering, they're not worried about whether Half Moon Bay can overflow its plants, its treatment plant. So that's my main concern, because nobody knows what the outcome of the trial is going to be and who's going to end up paying how much flow and all of that. So and nobody's going to stop people from giving out more permits. There might be more permits coming down the road. I don't know what is in the pipeline. It seems to me no matter where it is in the whole state of California, each project gets approved in a bubble. So Keith Nurhan put in a mobile home park, and, you know, everything gets approved in a bubble. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, thank you, Sid. Your 2 minutes is up. Thank you.
Okay, you know, I only had 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next we have Sarah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Sarah Polgar. I'm a resident on Poplar Street. I also am a former planning commissioner, and I remember this project back in 2021, I think. I just wanted I'm speaking in favor of the project. I think the project applicant has done a thorough job revising the project to respond to public comments and minimize the environmental impacts. I do think that Relatively, this is a good location. It's on the east side of Highway, in a small island parcel. It's surrounded by Highway 1, Main Street, existing development. It's also within the town center boundary, which is called out in the LUP for focusing development. I know the other issue that's big is the visual impacts, and when I look at the story poles and the photo simulations in the packet, you know, I see a nice design. It fits with the hillside views, the views that include all the existing development. I think Mr. Hooker previously spoke about, you know, referenced all of that. And I think the case has been made fully for the overriding considerations. So again, I would ask you to support the project. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks, Sarah. Next, we have Ginger. There you go.
Yes, hi. As a longtime business owner and resident of Half Moon Bay, I feel this is a worthwhile project. It certainly supports our TOT and growth, and they've had many, many years to appeal and petition for consideration, and I support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Does anyone else online wish to speak? If not, I will close the public hearing. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. So we can go through the chair, if you don't mind. And I'm going to ask Commissioner Gorn to speak. And after that, if you want to have a couple questions, then I will go to Commissioner Ruddick. After Commissioner Ruddick, we'll go to Commissioner Hernandez and then Commissioner Joannis. And then I will also have questions. And if you don't mind, maybe you just ask a few questions rather than 20 questions at the same time so that we can have a nice movement with our questions. Thank you.
So I did want to say before I ask the one question, which is that, so we're Planning Commission, we're not City Council. So like looking at the TOT, like that matters to me, but what I'm concerned about on the Planning Commission is more of the details. Like I want to make sure that it follows the LUP and that it meets all the requirements that it's supposed to meet. And there are some kind of big issues in the LUP for this one. So I guess the first question, I guess my only real question is when I look through the staff report, I know that this whole thing kind of rides on this statement of overriding considerations, that we're supposed to like, not, you know, override what's in the LUP because of these considerations and make a statement of overriding considerations, which I've never done before. And so I've heard, you know, it's jobs, it's the TOT, it's, you know, open space that's being provided as part of the plan or bike lanes or whatever, but I don't really see sort of a direct, clear statement of why this project needs that statement of overriding. Like what's the driver that tells me this, like, to make that statement of overriding considerations? So I guess that's for Christy or for Doug. Well-
Through the chair, I might jump in since this is actually a legal question. Christy and Doug are perfectly capable as well. But, so the statement of overriding considerations is separate from your determination that the project is consistent with the LUP. Two separate things. So one obligation is consistency with LUP policies. The other is CEQA. And under CEQA, we have an EIR analyzing all the project impacts. And if that EIR concludes that there will be significant and unavoidable impacts, impacts that we can't mitigate to a level of insignificance, then in order to approve the project, you have to make a statement of overriding considerations. So that those override findings don't override any inconsistency with LCP policies. They strictly go to the environmental impacts that are found in the EIR, which here there's one, and it's aesthetics. So it's a CEQA requirement that if you wish to approve the project with a significant unavoidable impact, you need to make a statement of overriding considerations, which can consider things like economic benefit to the city, as well as other considerations.
So, to amend the question then, why are we overriding CEQA? Why am I making a statement of overriding considerations to override CEQA?
It's actually part of CEQA. It is a provision of CEQA that says local governments, it is actually okay to approve a project with significant unavoidable impacts, provided there are overriding considerations supporting your decision.
Like what?
Well, that's up to you. Staff has suggested several, but they can be economic, they can be social, it can be provision of jobs, provision of housing, provision of revenue. Any of those things can qualify.
So, just to clarify, I have heard some concerns that people have wondered to me, why are the city attorneys advocating for this project? And I do know, so we have 2 attorneys from Shoot-Mahali, and we have, Christy is also Shoot-Mahali, but just to be clear, Christy's not an attorney, is that right?
That's correct.
And if I could correct, I am not advocating for the project, I'm advising on the process. It is completely up to you if you don't make the findings to deny the project as well. I'm just trying to explain the process.
Okay, thank you. So I guess staff, Christy?
It is not an advocate for the project either.
Right.
We wrote the staff report. We provide the Planning Commission all of the background information and details and analysis. And like Winter stated, then it's up to the commission to either go with staff's recommendation and analysis, make your own decision. The draft statement of overriding considerations is included in attachment 1. We've drafted a statement which you could use as is, you could modify, you could not use it all, you could draft your own. It's up to the commission. You are 100% the decision makers on this project.
And I can add one point here. The reason why we're using an outside planner is because we just didn't have the staff for this. Jill had been sort of handling it, and then she left. I'd been working with her, and then I was out on medical leave. It was just a staffing issue. It's not that it's a super difficult project that we had to bring in outside experts. We just didn't have the labor to get it done. And since we have an existing contract with Shoot-Mahali for legal counsel, as much as anything, it was just the simplest way to get somebody under contract and working on it. That's really what it boiled down to.
Thank you for the clarification. So I still am not really clear on what those, it hasn't really been stated. What are those overriding considerations? What are we saying is so important that we need to override the CEQA?
I think Chrissy's scrolling through the staff report right now. it's in there. She can cite those directly.
Yeah, it's attachment 1 to the Planning Commission staff report, Exhibit A to attachment 1, page 20-something. It begins where there's suggested overriding considerations. And as Winter explained, there's no real magic to these. The statement of overriding considerations, it sounds fancy, it has a formal title, but all it is this decision-making body explaining to the community, to anyone who's interested.
Oh, you turned it off.
Is explaining to the community why you've decided to certify this final impact report, even though it has identified a singular impact that is not mitigatable. So this impact has been identified, the project has been modified to the greatest degree possible to minimize it, yet this impact still exists. So the commission has an opportunity and can say, yes, we understand what that impact is, and Winter or Marlene are going to correct me if I go off the rails here, but what you're saying is, yes, we realize this impact exists. However, there are these other community benefits, these other things that we think are very important. So we're certifying this FEIR, we're recognizing that this impact exists, yet we're still going to move forward with this project because there are these other package of great things that comes along with it. You decide what that package of great things is. What we've drafted here are some suggestions as to if the commission wanted to move forward and do this, make this approval and make this statement. Here are some things you could use. Use them, modify them, edit them, don't use any of them. That's up to the commission to decide. But I'm looking at my computer here, and it is starting on page 26 of attachment 1, which is the SEQRA resolution, states what staff has suggested as some possible considerations.
Like TOT and jobs.
I can either read through these out loud, or the commission can take a look, but these are the ones that we've drafted. And again, you can choose all of them, choose none of them, write your own, decide you can't make the statement of overriding considerations and can't certify the FEIR.
Okay, thank you.
I would, as I mentioned earlier, in the EIR, the city's objectives are listed. And these are also identified in the attached resolution. It's page 2 of Exhibit A. I'm not sure which resolution, but the city's objectives, and I think this is helpful, implement the California Coastal Act, including protecting coastal resources such as wetlands, providing coastal zone priority uses such as restaurants and accommodations geared toward visitors, especially lower cost coastal access provisions, public access, bicycle rail rentals, trail connections. Moving down to the next one, enhance Half Moon Bay's southern downtown gateway to the city by providing connectivity to local trails and downtown core. Providing development that's aesthetically pleasing by balancing the urban landscape with natural elements of the coast. Integrating the artisanal culture of the city into the design theme of the development. Enhancing access to and patronage of the adjacent theater. The next major bullet, be designed as contextually appropriate for the city and provide compatibility with both the downtown and adjacent residential neighborhood, with building massing reflective of traditional development and scale. And there are more, but I think this provides a pretty good outline of what the city would like to get out of this. And I think those go into the equation as you're balancing less open views of the hillsides in one short section versus the other side. I think that might be helpful to walk through those as you're making your decisions.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ruddick, do you have clarifying questions?
I do have one. The staff report states that the hotel project would not be commercially viable at a height of the north building less than 36 feet. And I guess I could take a guess at why that is, but I'd love to hear an explanation of that.
I think we would defer to the applicant on that one. He has the most in-depth knowledge of the numbers.
Sure. Greg, would you mind answering that question?
Can you hear me? Okay. Yes, we've been working, with having that PKF study done and also working with Hyatt. For this type of hotel, this is pretty standard. It's usually 100 to 125 rooms for this type of hotel. So to be less than that, the economics don't necessarily work. Separately, I do want to make one other comment because I didn't get to do that. We're talking about what makes this economically viable or what's a reason for overriding consideration. I've been working with the Coastal Commission for over 8 years on this project, and it really didn't get brought up tonight. But the 2 acres that we're providing is considered low-cost visitor-serving features. Plus the hotel itself, I don't know if you're aware of it, but there will be 6 rooms within the hotel that have a limited rental rate, which is just below $150 a night. This is something that I went to in advance, worked with the Coastal Commission, read many of their reports online, looking at other projects up and down the coast over the years, and in working back and forth with them, working with Jill, prepared a letter, submitted it, said I'm willing to do these things, I'd like to get ahead of this, and they responded back and said, it sounds good, and as I know right now, that's where they stand on this. So yes, low-cost visitor-serving features, the open space, the bike paths, the walking paths, developing this site with that type of use is what they're looking for, and, including the hotel itself. These are high-priority uses. And so I've been happy to work with them. I'm really happy that we were able to come to some type of an agreement. And so to me, that in itself is an overriding consideration just by, providing that for them.
Well, Greg, you implied just now that any height less than 36 feet would result in fewer rooms?
Well, so the north building is got dormers built into the roof line. Now, I just attended a field trip, which was Architectural Advisory Committee, a week or 2 ago. And we started out walking properties around Half Moon Bay, and we ended up over at the senior projects. And in those projects, one of the things we noticed is the roof lines. They transfer from one height to another, and everybody seemed to think that, that really looked good. And if you look at our design, and you look at the north building, and I put it in one of the slides, but if you took the 3rd floor off, and you had one long roof line from one building to the other, I don't think that's going to look very well. We would lose many rooms, but more than that, we would lose the aesthetics of the design. Not so sure that would be, a wise thing to do. But we have, as far as the floors go, we have minimal roof, the rooms themselves, the height of each room, they're limited. I mean, I'm not even, it may be 8 to 8.5 feet. So doing a very difficult job. I'd love to be 9, but I'm having a difficult time doing that. So we're looking at floor joists that we can try to work with it, but it just makes it difficult. So, I've done everything. The roof pitch is minimal. It's a metal roof, and we have a low pitch as best we could do. And then the south building, as you recall, originally was 3 floors, and we took that down to 2 floors. So I think we've done as best we can and still maintain the aesthetics of the structure so it's good looking. That's extremely important, I feel anyway.
Well, thank you for that. I don't have any more questions right now.
Thank you. Commissioner Hernandez?
I'll take out a few here. The first one is staff report kind of references a little, and the landscape plan points to it, but it's not, I didn't really hear it spoken about today. The habitat restoration, it looks like we're the areas of the wetlands that are being restored, you're using more native plants as opposed to manicured plants, and your things that are more consistent with the natural state of Half Moon Bay before most of us moved here, coastal scrub and things like that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's considered, I think Mr. Jameson indicated that that's considered a visitor serving benefit, that habitat, something that people can observe. Is that also correct?
I think the visitor serving benefit aspect of it was the amount of open space that's being provided, and then the trails, interpretive signage, benches, that's more the visitor serving aspect of it. And then the native landscaping is required and for the wetland buffer area, so.
Thank you. I'd like to dig into the visual character question, because I think it's the thing that a lot of us are struggling with. I'm not sure if this is the first time I've had to deal with an overriding consideration. It's the first time I've spent more than a few hours thinking about what is an overriding consideration. So I do appreciate the explanation we got earlier. And I also want to separate this from the policies of our local coastal land use plan where possible. So going to CEQA, I mean, you're putting up a building, it's large, it affects the view. It's undeniable, and there's some obstruction of the views of the upland slopes from public spaces. That's what CEQA's looking at, correct?
That's a little bit of a combination of local policy and CEQA.
But under where we have to come up with this visual impact specific to CEQA, CEQA references some of our policies, but what we're looking at is the visual impact from the public space and the fact that we have a large building that is changing the view.
I think we've discussed this at length and driven up and down the highway. And, you know, one approach is you could almost build anything and have a significant visual impact. If you drive up Highway 1, there are single-family homes that are built close to the highway and totally block the views of the hillside. Cunha, the school does, Boys and Girls Club.
Mr. McGregor referenced 555 Kelly, or 555 Poplar.
So they're
in the Poplar, 555 Poplar. And that's a project where they didn't do a CEQA analysis because it was exempt as a single-family dwelling. But if we had done one, you could make pretty clear argument that you're obstructing a view of the upland slopes for that particular project under CEQA.
You could, and then you get into, is that a significant change? And obviously for a smaller building, you might go one way. For a larger building, you might fall the other way. There's some judgment involved there.
Okay, so I'm going to step away from CEQA for a second and go to our local coastal land use plan. Because it's taken me a while to kind of understand how all of this works over the years. And so I used to have the perspective of, if I'm standing in the middle of the street or I'm sitting in my car and I turn my head at a 90-degree angle, hopefully I'm stopped, and I look to the right out my window and I see, that's the view that's protected. It's from the crown of the street. And it's as I'm looking, that's how I used to think about this. As I've spent time on projects, I'm starting to come, and this is what I think I heard you say, is the reason why you picked these views is that's not really the right way, that's not the way that we necessarily think about that from a planning perspective as it applies to our LCLUP or the way the Coastal Commission thinks about it. It's that, what's the impact as you're driving down the street looking at your windshield? What's the predominant impact? And I think that's why you picked those particular locations for the analysis. You also picked a location that's not a protected view, but it gives you a sense from the Naomi Partridge Trail, which gives you a sense of what the impact of the project is at its worst. So do I have that right?
I think that's essentially correct. Again, when you're driving northward, coming up, there's a fairly long stretch where this is right in front of your windshield. And that seemed to be something that would affect the most people for the longest period of time. And that's how or I, went through and ordered sort of the priority views, because you can't have a viewpoint from everywhere. You do have to pick some number, and hopefully with some underlying logic to explain how you did it, and that's what we have here. And the other thing, to consider is, unless you have a convertible when you're driving down the road, these visual simulations show a much wider view than most people in their car would, because the roof is cutting off what you see. So we're really overstating, in some respects, the qualitative aspects of what the view is. Like I said, unless you have a convertible, and I have one, so I can attest to that.
Okay. But was there a question? Sorry, you had sorry, I heard something from over on the side. But that view from the Naomi Patridge Trail is not protected, but it's an example of an impact under CEQA.
It's also because we've been, over the years, chastised for not looking at effects from the Naomi Patridge Trail for projects. And so it just seemed like it was a matter of interest that had come up in the Planning Commission before, and it seemed appropriate to include that along with the views from the highway itself, as well as Main Street.
Commissioner Hernandez, if I may, through the chair, since we're getting back to the CEQA impact, I just thought it'd be useful to read the actual impact in the EIR. So this is Impact Aesthetics 3, and the statement is, the project would substantially degrade the existing visual character or quality of public views of the site and its surroundings. So that's the impact that's been identified, and that's the impact that, unless you reduce the project to some very small level or small version of itself, it's hard to mitigate that impact. So the questions about, I appreciate your distinction between the LCLUP policy, conformance, and CEQA, but I just thought it'd be good to give some context to the singular significant and unavoidable CEQA impact that has been identified in the FEIR. Is that one statement?
It's a large building, and it impacts some portion of a view corridor, even if that view corridor isn't protected under our LCLUP.
This doesn't identify whether it's a protected view under the LCLUP or not.
Okay.
It's a broad statement under CEQA, and then your LCLUP policy conformance is separate.
I'm going to pass the mic.
Through the chair, can I just get clarity for a second?
Sure.
Sorry, but so are you saying that if it was all a two-story, that we'd still have that significant and unavoidable impact?
No. What I was saying is that just read the impact statement aloud, and that the project as proposed that you're considering tonight has an impact.
Right.
Based
No,
on
I
the
know.
view.
Of course it does. But I kind of heard you say that no matter what you build there, it's going to have significant and an unavoidable impact.
I did say that unless you reduce the project to something much smaller, to
Like a
where
second
it
story.
would not substantially degrade the existing visual character or quality of public views of the site and its surroundings. It's a fairly broad blanket under CEQA.
I have several questions, and I'm trying to figure out how I should categorize my questions. So I'm going to go to page 2-31 of the final EIR, topical response number 7, and I want to understand exactly what this no cost. I'm sorry, what was it called? It's the no cost. Wait, it's the no cost alternative or the no cost to visitor serving visitors. And in this particular section, in the bottom part of the page, it says the former L.C. Smith PD also required that at least 20% of the gross site area be set aside for common public open space. So this was a requirement way back when. It's still a requirement now. I don't understand how that is being accounted for in the calculations for no-cost visitor serving benefits. So I'd like to understand that and how the no-cost visitor benefit is being calculated and how if the Coastal Commission knew this portion of it. That is one question regarding that. Yeah.
We're just reading this section.
Well, I can probably start this. The reference is to the planned development, which no longer exists. It's not anything, because with the LUP update, this is now commercial general. The policies for planned development areas are guidance on how they would be developed as a planned development someday. The standards that would be applicable for commercial general land use are different. So I believe that's the main distinction. And in this case, what's driving the open space on this is largely the wetlands, but also things that the applicant has included with the project. So that's my understanding of why it's there.
Can I ask a question about that answer? In our LCLUP in Chapter 2, we have a zoning map that shows that the site is zoned PD or PUD. I think that's what is shown in the map. So that's where I'm confused.
Here's the answer. The zoning map is different from the LUP map because the zoning map has not been updated yet. When it is updated, it will be updated to conform to the land use plan map and policies, and it will be zoned as commercial general. And as was stated, directed to put into our land use plan by the Coastal Commission, there's language in there that says if there are conflicts between the zoning code and the land use plan runs. They trump the zoning code at this point.
And it's called out in Appendix A in the LUP, the plan to move it over there. It's the same thing we hit with 555 Kelly and with the 880 Stone Pine.
Okay, I'm going to go to another question. With regards to the Hyatt room rates, there's 6 rooms that are suggested to have a lower cost rate, and I think it was at 148 as what I read. It was $148 for the room. Is that going to be available all year round?
That's my understanding. Greg can explain the work that went into this with the Coastal Commission, but this is a Coastal Commission requirement, and frankly, when we started this, there wasn't a lot of published guidance on how to do this, and this was the numbers as well as throwing in the public amenities was all at the direction of the Coastal Commission, and Greg can do a better job than me on explaining this.
Okay. First of all, it wasn't a requirement for me to do this. I went ahead and reached out to the Coastal Commission to find out what they would like to see. And in other projects up and down the coast, reading through the different documents, this is things that have been offered, and so different projects have done that. So I went ahead and did it in advance. I said, well, let's work through this. Let's work through the open space of the 40% of the site, which is 2 acres, and the improvements we're going to do to that. And then we'll also provide rooms. So, going through Jill at the time, she processed it to the Coastal Commission. I'm CC'd in the emails. And so it came to the conclusion that the city was happy with it, that the Coastal Commission was happy with it. So now to answer your question, the room rate is tied to the state of California. There's a room average. It's in the document. And you can charge up to 75% of the statewide average. And it's like $175. So the maximum room rate is like $148 right now. The rooms are available to anyone, and it's 365 days a year. And the Coastal Commission wants that way. It's not like to a certain group. It's first come, first serve. So yeah, that's how it works.
Follow-up question though, is the $148 room rate going to be available for anyone through the 365 days? Because I've traveled extensively across the country, and it's depending on seasons. Some of those room rates are never offered.
Right.
And so there's different sets of room rates. There's a room rate for the AAA, the seniors, government, military, and there are different sections, and they only allow a certain amount of rooms to that room rate. And so unless, let's just say, a government entity negotiates that that room rate is going to be available through their GSA for a certain number of years or a certain number of months through the years, that's when that rate is offered. So my question is the $148 room rate for the 6 rooms going to be always available for the 6 rooms throughout the year for anyone?
100%. Everybody, no matter who calls in, first come, first serve, and it'll be probably advertised on, on the internet through through Hyatt's system. And so whoever, anybody can take that room, and yes, they'll always be available. At one time we tried to negotiate, but they said, no, this is the best way to do it, because we looked at different methods. They said, make it available all the time. I said, no problem. So that's how it came to that.
Which is the next question. Are you the franchisee of this, or are you going to be, is this a Hyatt property?
Hyatt, they do franchising, so we are the franchisee. So
Okay.
they're the parent company, and it works the same thing with Hilton and Marriott. They do the same thing. They also own hotels just themselves, but in this case, we are the franchisee, and so we go through that system, yes.
And so then you will guarantee $148, or that rate, whatever it is,
Yeah.
for the whole year, 6 rooms, 365 days a year?
Well, I don't have the paperwork on how it works, but with the Coastal Commission, there's a monitoring system that you have to go through yearly, because every year they look at the statewide rate, then you can go up to 75% of that. So there's a system in place for it, yeah.
If I may, this is enforceable as a condition of approval. It's condition 6 in the resolution. It details the requirements. So some of those other hotels and those rates they're offering, they're not regulated by a coastal development permit. Those are rate plans they come up with as a business decision. This is an enforceable requirement for the life of the project.
So that's great to know. I have stayed at the Hyatt Place at the in Santa Cruz, and I've stayed at many other Hyatt places myself for work for months on end. And so I understand this, which brings me to the next question of parking. Is this going to be valet-only parking?
No, it's not going to be valet. I didn't know how far we should elaborate on parking, because I know there was a concern about the parking spaces. And there's 102 rooms. There's up to 25 employees, so that came to 127. We have 108 spaces. Supposedly we're 19 short. But I've never talked to W-Trans myself, but inside their document, I think it's on page 37, it talks about traffic management, and we're required to have a 15% reduction. That's the way it's designed. I don't know how it works, but that's what our requirement is. And it says in there that it has a substantial effect on vehicle miles traveled and the number of trips, whether it be employees or people traveling. So that 15% equates out to really bringing the requirement from 127 down to 108. Although, in discussing it with the city, our policy doesn't necessarily recognize that, but at least you can understand it, that the fact is if we are reducing traffic and we aren't having that many people drive in vehicles because of this procedure, at least you know about it.
Okay, so it won't have valet parking only.
Yeah.
Will there be a parking fee?
I don't think we need to have a parking fee there. I don't see the reason for it. People can park their car on their own. One of the other things that hasn't really been, and in the document, it talks about potential employees might walk to work, which we expect. We think a lot of people in the neighborhood, and I think it's a fantastic thing, they could just walk over. And so there's probably less people that will need to drive to work based on those conditions. But again, they didn't take that into consideration for any reductions. It's a possibility, but.
So I'm not only talking about employees, I'm talking about visitors. Is there going to be a fee for parking?
At this point, I would say no. I don't see any reason to do that for parking. I think we have sufficient parking to take care of itself, so I don't see any reason to have a parking fee.
Okay, so maybe I'm not being clear. When I go to a hotel, there's a resort fee and a parking fee, regardless of whether I park it on my own or not. So when I park my own car, I am required to pay. So all I'm asking is there going to be a fee? And will, the low-cost room rate also have a fee for parking? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
When you itemize the list, the bill, it will show fee for parking. That's all I'm asking.
I understand what you're saying. First of all, if there was a parking fee, those 6 rooms, you can't charge it. That's part of, again, with the Coastal Commission. As of right now, we've never even discussed a parking fee, so as of now, there is no parking fee to go there. There might be a resort fee for miscellaneous, that I don't know, because we haven't gotten completely into that detail. But as far as it goes for parking, I don't see any fee. We might actually have somebody take a sticker and put it on their window or something, just so that the parking lot is monitored for that reason, so that our people can park on the property. But as of now, I know of no fee.
Thank you. And I have one other question regarding the ITE. What was used? I mean, was this a land use hotel category 310, or was it a land use 416? I'm just curious.
This was not a detailed, exhaustive report, and no, these were just the ITE and ULI standard values. So this was not meant to be used in support of your parking exception. This was just for the commission's information only.
Okay, because the only reason I'm asking is because there was a report that was done by Hexagon Transportation Consultants for a trip generation analysis for hotel recreational vehicle park in Half Moon Bay, and they gave us several, in that report, several different things. So I was just trying to compare the two, but I understand now it's not comparable. Okay, thank you. That's it for now.
Could I just ask a follow-up question on the parking?
Sure.
So if I did the math correctly, the ITE standard that we used was 64% of, if you had 102 rooms, you'd have to have 64% coverage. For another one of the standards, you had 100% coverage. That's a published standard. And I think we're at 105% coverage in terms of we have 108 parking spots, or you have 108 parking spots for 102 rooms. So you exceed both of those standards that you cited. You don't hit the city standard, but yeah.
Yeah, that's probably correct, but you didn't include the employees. You know, we got 102 plus, if we had 25 employees there, that'd bring it to 127. That's why I provided that document that on a Hyatt down in Santa Cruz area. But, you know, when you have, at nighttime, there's only like 3 employees on the site. And then, so you got 102 rooms plus 3 employees is 105, and there's 108 parking spaces. And then in the morning and throughout the day, there's hours they break it down, like between 8 and 10, X number of employees come on. At the same time, several people that are staying there are going out and venturing in town. So through the day and through the balance of the day, you never exceed the number of people on site versus the parking that's available. Whether that's a perfect system, I can't tell you, but it's a good, you know, it's a good thing to look at. But again, what's not being calculated is that I do believe we'll have a lot of people that work in the neighborhood. They're going to walk. We have that at the car dealership. People walk to work. So it's kind of nice.
So I know that there's a transportation plan with this project. Does that include a parking plan to sort of help mitigate the impacts to parking? Because I can, if I look at this project, I can see, okay, there's been an ask to clean up parking. We're gonna do some curb cuts and some parking spots are gonna go away on the street. And so there's a little bit of an impact there. Does the TDM currently have any kind of parking plan baked into it? And is it something that you'd, you know, be willing to take on as a condition of approval? Not for the part outside of your property, but coming up with a plan where you're actively encouraging employees to walk, you're actively encouraging employees to bike, so they're not parking on site, or more importantly, not parking on the street.
Yeah, that's actually in the in W-Trans report, and so it's the transportation management.
It's in there.
And there are many things to choose from that you can reach out. They have a point system, and you add up the different points. One of them might be having bike lockers on site so your employees can park their bikes there. Another one is, I can't think of the different things.
As part of the implementation of the plan.
Yeah, there's many different things. One was having a carpool system for the employees if they want to drive to work together. There's a scoring system that way. There's incentive ways of doing it. There's a van that you could have go back and forth from the airport. That one doesn't make a lot of sense.
Okay,
we're better off transferring people around town, if anything.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I would like to ask a question about the subdivision. Does the subdivision require a lot retirement?
No.
And if not, why? Can you explain why?
What would a lot retirement be exactly?
Well, we have a policy, it's policy, I think it's 2.21, that says when you subdivide a lot, you have to retire a lot, one for one.
I can respond to that.
Okay.
Because I worked with Jill on it. That's accurate. So we already have 1 lot, so we're only creating 3. And we will have a lot retirement based on that.
Okay, because I didn't see it anywhere in our staff report or as a condition of approval that this would happen. So, and if we don't do it now, that could be one of the things that falls through the cracks.
Staff could add that as a condition of approval. We have a standard condition we can cut and paste in pretty easily.
Okay.
So I have a question here. Could you please explain, you have 1 lot, you're dividing it into 4, you have 1 parcel dividing it into 4.
Correct.
So explain what you mean.
Well, it's 1 lot, and eventually, it's R2 zoned. We just use it for parking at this time. Originally, we were going to try to do 8 lots. We couldn't because of the wetlands and the Caltrans right-of-way. So we're creating a buffer. Just logistically, the way it lays out, we go to 4 lots. Each lot, the first lot, and lot number 1 and 2 and 3 are all just over 10,000 square feet. So whatever you can build that's standard under the R2 zoning is what it qualifies for. Not asking for any exceptions on that. So it breaks it into 4 parts, so now we can develop it. Our intent, which is not part of this approval, but lot number 1, we want to build housing for our employees. We have a difficult time sometimes getting people even, working at the car dealership. So everybody's affected by housing. We've had mechanics come that couldn't afford to live here, and maybe we don't get them. If we have the opportunity to provide them housing, we'll negotiate with them how we go about doing that, but at least it gives us an opportunity to get an employee.
Right, but I don't understand that why you would not need to do retirement.
I think what he said is he will, and he's stated he will, and
Is that correct?
I've stated
Okay.
to Margaret that we'll put it in as a condition of approval.
Okay, I misunderstood. I did not know that.
And Doug, is that one, since we're creating 4 lots, is it a 4-lot retirement? Can you answer that, Doug?
It's based on the new lots. So there's 1 lot, there's an increase of 3, so he would have to retire 3 lots because the
Okay.
first one doesn't count for that.
Okay. And I have a question about that lot, because I saw, I think it was a Google Earth photo that maybe you provided, Greg, in your presentation. And there's identified wetlands, and it looked like, and based on the buffer area, it looked like the cars were parking in the buffer area. And is that allowed?
I can answer that. It's grandfathered in. I've gone through all that about it. It's already been paved forever, and my argument was it's paved, and if I convert it to residential, I'm going to improve the conditions by turning more landscaping into the area. Regardless, that area is grandfathered in, and when I go to develop Lot 4, yes, I have to remove that. I got to create a 50-foot buffer, and it's part of Lot 4, but that'll be conditioned, and an easement will go in place, and I can't develop in that area.
Okay, and I want to continue on this thought with the 16 units that are being proposed, because that's considered one of the benefits for the us to, when we make findings for overriding consideration, this is one of the benefits that's listed. And I wanted to know, and maybe this is a question for staff, I mean, can we make that a commitment? Because right now it's not a commitment. And so we don't have a formal commitment in providing those units. And so that's what that's my question.
Can I make a quick comment on that, Doug?
Well, I wanted to ask staff first, and then we'll get to you, Greg.
I think I would defer to the attorneys on the mechanics of that.
So you're asking, could there be a condition requiring the development of housing on the subdivided property, like within a particular period of time?
Yes, well, because it's one of the benefits that's being listed in our findings for overriding consideration, but yet the way it's written, as I saw it, there is no commitment to ever build that.
Yeah. I would suggest that rather than trying to go down that road, which I can foresee having lots of complications and financial implications for the applicant, there are, as Christy stated, the override findings, staff developed those based on staff's idea of what you might include there. They don't all have to be there. You can change them. You can say there's some other overriding consideration that you think justifies the project. So I would recommend taking that out if you have concerns about that and relying on the other override findings rather than trying to craft a condition requiring development on a timeline.
I know. Thank you for clarifying that, because I thought that was one of the benefits. So if we strike that, then we would have to either come up with extra benefits to the community?
There's plenty in there already. There's lots of benefits that have been listed. You can say different ones. You can take some out. This is very flexible in terms of the finding. It basically just has to be a justification for approving a project with a significant environmental impact because there's some other benefits the project is providing.
Okay.
Before we get to Greg, can I ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
Under the R2 zoning, if this is subdivided, is it only housing that can go there?
Primarily, yeah. R2s for residential. The LUPs, I think, calls it medium-density residential. Other things that would be allowed in residential neighborhoods are very limited, and typically would be for a larger subdivision where you might have on-site services for that community, like a store or something like that. I don't think this project is big enough, you know, to bring in those kinds of uses there. So I would say it's very likely going to be just residential there.
It's difficult to build anything other than housing in an R2, R3, unless it's part of like Mercy or something like that.
It would have to be residential primarily, and you might have something that is ancillary as a service to those residents there. But that's about it, and pretty limited options.
Okay.
Like you said, if it was Mercy and they had some kind of social services, they could probably include that with the project. But at this point, I don't know that there's any discussion of that.
Okay.
Unless Greg has something.
Okay, Commissioner Joannis?
Yes, I do have a question. So we went back through the history of the project from when it was conceived. And at first it was just the parcel that included the Hyatt hotel itself. Then it migrated to the giving some of that Hyatt land to the dealership. And then it also included this other parcel north of Seymour. I'm just trying to understand, why did we have to go through all of that? I mean, what is the iteration? It just seems odd that we're looking at an EIR for a hotel.
Okay.
And we're talking about a tentative map that we have to approve as part of this whole package. To me, it just seems out of context. To me, it seems like usually a tentative map parcel, we would have to, and this might be for the city staff, it's a staff issue, I think. It seems to me that that tentative map should be something looked at separately and reviewed as separately and not part of this package to build a hotel. So it went from one parcel to 3 parcels.
Okay. So the goal all along was trying to accommodate how we could get this project through. And, you know, again, working closely with the city and Jill at the time, we went ahead and I was trying to bring housing into this. That was the goal. And we figured, well, the way we can do that is we'll add some land to the dealership so that I can take parking that exists on the north side of Seymour Street, put it on the dealership property, and then we can go ahead and build on, you know, especially this lot number 1. With this, at this point, we're going to, you know, build affordable housing for our employees. It's not conditioned by, you know, on the deed, but it gives us the ability to work with how we want to. We don't even have to kick an employee out. We can, if he makes more money. There's a lot of rules when you get into deed restrictions, and so it made it difficult. So we are going to build this, and if it works well, we could build more under those same conditions, meaning lots 2, 3, and 4. I want to bring out that, you know, when it says 16 units, what it's really saying is the policy under R2 is a minimum of 2,500 square foot per unit. So when you have a 10,000 square foot lot, that means you can fit 4 units on it. So in doing the math, 4 lots allows up to 16 units. Doesn't mean we're going to build 16 units, but that's what it allows for.
And I do have another question. Response C 81.6 on page 2-255 states that a use permit will be required as part of the approval process for those lots that are not going to be used as housing for now. It's going to be used as parking. Can somebody explain that to me? Yes, city staff.
We have a use permit existing.
But it's talking about a use permit when, so it's the response on page 2-255. You know, so when will this use permit be approved? So I just need to understand. Is this a, you know, I was very confused about that response.
For clarification, which paragraph on that page are you referring to?
Okay,
There are three of them.
so 255.
If it's the first paragraph, it says a use permit may not be necessary for the project.
Let's see. It says here, it's the sentence that's, I think it's the second to the last sentence. It says, a use permit would be required until the project site is rezoned to CG. So I'm confused by that entire statement there.
Which paragraph are you in?
The top paragraph. It's C 81.6.
Okay. This, I'm not sure why that response is there, because at this point, it is effectively zone CG, and if there's nothing on that property, you don't need a use permit for it. If it's the hotel property, if we're talking about the north side of Seymour, where they're using the parking lot that could be residential, they have an existing use permit for the parking there.
Right, I think perhaps you should read the letter that it's responding to. So it's responding to item under page 2-244, the project description, approvals, and entitlements. And the response is on page 2-255.
So this is the letter from Hazel Johannes?
Yes.
Okay. And which paragraph are you referring to?
That's the top one. I just need clarification on the responses.
Does this predate certification of the LUP by any chance?
No, it would have been 2022.
Okay.
No, it was 2 years after the LUP.
Well, I didn't write the response. If the author is here.
Is the consultant for the DEIR?
Yes, the EIR consultants are here.
Okay.
However, I think this
Maybe
was-
she could answer. I don't know if you can answer that.
I think this is a response that was provided by Jill, by city staff. However, I'm reading the letter that the letter that this is responding to is suggesting that the actions anticipated for the project include a proposed change in zoning from the current zoning as plan unit development to commercial general. And it says, to accommodate a future zoning change, the city would issue a use permit until the city officially rezones zoning district, which is not I don't think that's a true statement.
To clarify, that seems to be Commissioner Johannes as a public citizen stating that in her letter that it would require a use permit, and the response to that says it would not require a use permit.
Yeah, so I was confused about this. I don't think well, the letter that I wrote at the time, I don't think I even knew about a use permit. So
But the
I'm not
letters-
really understanding what the use permit.
Right, but your letter states that the city would issue a use permit until the city officially rezones the zoning district.
And again, the
And-
Are you reading that on
response
page?
from the city says it's not necessary.
Yeah,
So-
I'm reading this in your letter.
Okay, so it's on page 244?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So you're just saying it does not need a use permit then?
That's what the response says.
Yeah. Is there another, should we try and get at your answer a different way? Is there just a direct question that you have?
Well, I just didn't understand what the response meant. So for you're saying that, because I was reading this response and it says the project site is zone planned unit development, right? And the LUP designation is commercial, right? And the question was, it says the DEIR should clearly disclose why it is necessary to remove the PUD designation and make known the underlying requirements that result in the need for rezoning the parcel, right? So I didn't know at that time, when I was not a planning commissioner and just reading the document, I didn't quite understand why a rezoning at that time, and then why we needed a lot line
The
adjustment.
reason for that was addressed in the land use plan update and the
Okay,
documentation for that. It's not a CEQA issue for the hotel project.
Okay, so there is no need for a land use, a new use permit at all?
No.
Okay. So my next question would be, would it be possible at any other time, if Mr. Jameson wanted to ask for a variance in the zoning, like from an R2 to an R3, would that be something that he could ask for?
He could apply for a rezoning, and that would require a zoning amendment that would have to be approved by the Planning Commission, the City Council, and the Coastal Commission.
Okay, and if that were approved, then Mr. Jameson or any other person, say you sold the property, could then ask for bonus density and the rules for the bonus density would kick in, is that correct?
Anybody who owns that property could ask for a density bonus today, which is why townhouses are actually a pretty good option.
Right. So if it could be rezoned, then they could ask for the density bonus.
They can ask for it today.
Okay, perfect.
Under R2.
Thanks, Doug. And then would lots 2, 3, and 4 qualify for CEQA 32 exemption in the future if lot 1 is built on?
If they're developed for residential that meets the requirements for residential categorical exemption, they would probably be exempt from CEQA unless there were things like we found some new wetlands or something like that. And there's also, they have some coverage from this approval's EIR, but if we got into more specific site development and there were archaeological remains or something like that, then it could trigger CEQA. But very likely at the scale of development, it would probably be exempt from CEQA.
Can I ask a follow-up question? So in the normal course of changing a lot in our fair town, you have to get a CDP. If you want to do a subdivision, it's considered development by law, right? So if I want to adjust a boundary, a border, move bits and bobs around in order to accommodate a project, each of those things requires a CDP. So if the applicant wants to move a portion of his lot to the main car dealership, that in itself would require a CDP, which could fall under this CDP. But he doesn't have to explain what he's doing with it. He's just saying, hey, I'm changing my lot line because it's not already developed on. Is that correct?
Yes, in most of California, a lot line adjustment by law it's just a technical process. It's a ministerial approval, just confirming that the survey numbers are correct. In the coastal zone, it's a little bit different. Specifically says lot line adjustments, parcel map, subdivisions require a coastal development permit. So it's a more involved and does include a discretionary entitlement to do that.
So as part of this project, the applicant is asking us to create a subdivision of an existing parcel, and he's unclear exactly what he's going to do with it, but unless there's another 10 years of changes that he pushes through to the Coastal Commission, because of the things that would have to happen, it's R2 at this point.
Correct.
And whatever the rules are for R2 would be applicable to that area that he's subdivided.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
I have a question. Are the trails already required as part of the CDP permit?
They're not being required by the city. They're part of the project. If it's approved, they're part of the approved project, and the city could enforce that.
But we don't, if anyone wants to develop a vacant property along the highway, they're not required to build trails that connect to bike trails or sidewalks?
There's nothing in the code about that. We would generally encourage that, especially if it fills in a gap between other existing trails. And there's some back and forth, negotiations. In this case, the applicant included this in his project, and fortunately, it does serve a purpose that as other city or Caltrans-sponsored trails come along, would potentially be able to fill in that gap.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, yeah.
Go ahead.
I have just a couple of, we did get an explanation of why we're doing these future parcels when we're really talking about the hotel itself from the applicant, but I wanted to get an answer from staff because I don't really understand why we're approving this future residential parcels when we don't really know anything about it. And there hasn't really been a lot of study of it. So can you explain?
Well, I was not actually working on this project when this part evolved, so I'm going to be careful about what I say. I think it sort of ties into feasibility of the whole thing, that if you reduce the size of the hotel by, a third, going from 148 rooms to 102, at some point, it would help to have another source of revenue to make it all work. And I think that was part of the discussion, but I don't know that it's really been incorporated into the findings or the overriding considerations. That was probably part of it.
I can comment.
So doesn't it seem like what's in front of us is the hotel and this development, and whether it follows LUP or not, and we're not really looking at those future residential parcels. We don't even know what they really are, what they're going to be, because it's in the future. So doesn't it seem like that should be a separate?
It's called out in the staff report, though. It's dependent, because he's moving stuff around. He's taking the parking away he's taking away a use that's currently used by the car dealership, and he's getting flexibility to use that on that new sliver. So it's a dependency on this actual project. And so because he's giving, he's moving things around as part of this project. I think it's related. It's called out in the staff report.
So basically because we have to, okay. So those changes have to be made to get the land for the hotel.
That's my understanding. That's what I've heard the applicant say as well. I mean, maybe we could take it back to the applicant.
I'm like totally confused by that now. That doesn't, nothing is making sense about.
I can solve it for you.
Thank you.
Again, when we started on doing the hotel development, there was a lot of concern that people, well, why are you building a hotel? You should be building housing. That's what they wanted on the site. So we looked at all the different avenues, and I was brainstorming, working with Jill, what are some different things. So one day I went to her, I said, well, how about if I create housing on the north side of Seymour Street, then I can create some housing like you're wanting. I couldn't, one of the talks was, we'll put it down south of the dealership, between the hotel and the dealership. And strategically, you know, the lot is tight with all the issues with the wetlands and so forth. There was no room to make that work. So that's how this all started. Okay, we'll incorporate the north side of Seymour. I'll do a lot line adjustment. I can move cars over. And then on the north side, we can build housing there. And I want to build housing for employees. So that's really where this whole thing started. One other thing to add to that is, even if these lots are approved on the north side, I still have to come back in front of you for each lot.
No, I know you do.
Maybe not. I mean, it depends. I don't think we see every housing development.
We'd still have to get a CDP, though.
Well, but that could be a ministerial action. I mean, it doesn't necessarily come to the planning commission.
I wouldn't call it ministerial. It would require a CDP, which is a discretionary approval. It could potentially be approved by the community development director, or they may say, this is kind of high profile and we should just send it straight to the planning commission. Or if they approved it, it could be called up to the planning commission by the commission, or somebody wants to appeal that decision. So I don't know that it's required automatically to go to the planning commission, but there are certainly mechanisms to bring it to the planning commission.
Chair Gossett? This is Steve.
Go ahead,
I'd like
Steve.
to add to that, too, that in this case, as Doug correctly pointed out, this could be approved by the director. The director could kick this up to the planning commission, or however, tonight, you could actually add that as a condition that you would like to see it. And that's what we're hearing. You're very interested in the development of that site, and you could condition that the future development, CDP, be reviewed and approved by the planning commission as a condition of approval.
So what I heard you say, Greg, was that in order to have your project viable, and because you wanted the housing for your employees, and it could go for either the employees of the car dealership or the hotel dealership. I'm sorry, the hotel, sorry. You worked with staff, and staff came up with the solution. Is that correct?
Well, we discussed what would work. Again, trying to create housing was an important issue, at least we thought at the time, because, okay, you're trying to do this project, but we'd like to see housing, so let's do both. That's kind of how it went down. And then, you know, the size and of each lot came down, as you know, through all these changes in wetlands and so forth. So bottom line, we end up with 4 lots. And it gives us the ability to at least build the first one for starters, because we still need parking for the dealership. Just the portion we're adding isn't enough to take care of all of it. So, but if it works and we build the first lot, we can do it for our employees, and it seems to be something that makes sense, we can move right on down to the next one. I very much expect to go in front of Planning Commission every time. Historically, every project I've done, I've ended up in front of Planning Commission.
Right. And what would happen to the parking if you continue to do the housing on all these lots? Where would you park the other cars?
Yeah, I wouldn't. That's why we're only developing lot 1, because it's a trade-off with the lot that we're adding from the dealership. I'm okay with that. But I couldn't do more. At this time, the dealership needs that other land to park the vehicles. And if the world changes on cars and, you know, inventories, that could be a different thing. We've thought for a while that they were going to go to smaller inventories, but if you drive by the lot, we've got a lot of cars now, and you know, the economy has a little bit to do with it as well. But, so yeah, our plan would be just to build lot 1 at this time.
And going back to parking, I know I'm all over the board right now. Going back to parking, do you anticipate any overflow parking on Main Street?
From the hotel?
Yes.
No, actually, it's funny you asked that because I met with the neighbors that live across the street, the Mid-Penn project, and we talked about this. And one of the concerns there was, well, what about parking? I said, well, what we're trying to do here is we have minimal curb cuts, and so we can leave as much parking as being utilized now by the people that live there. I think that we've got plenty of parking on site. I think we're going to work well with the theater. They've got their own parking. Everything that's down south of the housing gets less and less for parking, because the fact is most of the people that live in that area, they park from that portion forward. So I've tried to maintain that. That's why the entrance to the hotel is straight across from the theater. You know, and working with the architects, I said, this is where we need to make it be. I don't want to impact the housing. So we drew it down to that end, and that was the goal with it. But I don't foresee us having an impact on the parking. Again, employee-wise, I don't see an issue there, and we've got plenty of parking on site. I don't expect 1 car for every room. Sometimes people get 2 rooms and they have 1 car. And then some people will get there different ways, but I don't foresee it being an issue.
Through the chair. So we talked a little bit about this statement of overriding consideration that would, that's because of CEQA, right? We're going to basically overwrite, you know, you say it's not overriding, but overriding CEQA. But that statement of overriding consideration doesn't include the LUP, right? All these view corridor requirements in the LUP. Is that right? So I guess I'm asking the legal question.
That's correct. You separately have to find that the project is consistent with the LUP. It's a separate finding.
So that's actually something we haven't talked about at all. And there are multiple provisions in the LUP that say that that require that we don't block that view corridor. It's actually not just the 2 that were cited by the staff report, but there's quite a few. There's 9.1, there's 9.3, there's 9.5, there's 9.12. So I'm not sure how to reconcile that.
Are we done with clarifying questions? Is that what I'm feeling?
No, because I still have a few more questions. But did you?
I think I think what Gorn has brought up is what Gorn has brought up is Commissioner Gorn has brought up is the part of discussion I think we need to get into.
I definitely agree with that. Did you have any questions about those policies you wanted to ask now?
I do and I don't, but
Okay.
go ahead and ask your questions. That's great. We can get back
I
to
have
that.
a question about the in lieu fee. What is the in lieu fee for the low-cost visitor serving accommodation? And before I ask that of Greg, I wanted to get clarification from Christy, because I was under the impression that the Coastal Act required that a certain percentage of the rooms be low-cost visitor serving. And is that, and I thought the policy was like 20 or 25%. So can you clarify for me, am I wrong in my thinking, or?
No, that's correct. The LUP does have policy 5-71, I think relates to the low-cost accommodations. It allows them to be provided directly. So an applicant could say that, you know, they're setting aside that percentage of rooms as low-cost accommodations. They can also provide alternatives to the rooms themselves.
Right.
And so they go through a evaluation process. And in the case of this project, the low-cost visitor serving uses are a combination of the on-site open space and pathways and benches and signage and those amenities that are provided as visitor serving, as well as the rooms. And so there was an attachment that was provided to the commission, which really went through all the math that was involved.
I saw that, and
Yeah.
I saw that, I think, Greg, you're providing, the report states that there's $1.78 million of visitors serving amenities that, I look at it and think that, I guess my question is it required as part of that low-cost visitor serving accommodation, or is that $1.7 million actually something that the hotel would do anyway to make it nice for their visitors? I mean, because if you only have 5% of the rooms as low-cost visitor serving, who is benefiting from all of that amenity?
Yeah, and Greg can probably explain a little bit more about, again, the math behind it and how that was provided. But at the end of the day, this is the Coastal Commission needs to accept and to review and to kind of buy off on the approach of meeting that Coastal Act requirement. And they require the background and the backup and the explanation of how they got there. And in the case of this, Greg put together a proposal, the Coastal Commission reviewed it and accepted what he was proposing.
Can I ask a
Okay,
quick
but
follow-up?
are we required to buy into it? I mean, what if we don't?
No.
I wasn't done.
I mean, it's a requirement of the Coastal Act and ultimately of the Coastal Commission. And so they're the ones who will
Would ultimately
review and
decide.
accept it. Yeah,
Right. I know, because, I mean, under recent activities of hotels along the coast, some hotels are providing 25% low-cost visitor serving rooms. And then even during the week, they provide like 300 nights of free rooms to school groups that might not be able to pay to hang out on the coast. So I'm just trying to grapple with something that might, we already have wetlands there. There's a buffer requirement. And the trails are, I think, benefiting guests that aren't really low-cost visitors. So I'm just trying to understand if that $1.78 million actually satisfies that requirement.
It satisfies the Coastal Commission requirements for the Coastal Act complaints,
Okay.
yes.
I can comment on it as well.
So even though, but that, I mean, I keep hearing about the acreage that's being provided, the 2 acres, but the 2 acres is required.
Well, the buffer is required, but having that be a visitor serving amenity is not required. The trails aren't required.
So the trails.
Yeah.
So that difference between 6% and 25% low-cost rooms, that basically 20% is the trails.
I can tell you that there was a process involved in assessing the value of the land and assessing the applicant's proposal to the Coastal Commission of how they wanted to meet this requirement, and it satisfies the commission.
So if we were offering more rooms, that would mean more transit occupancy tax, which would be more tax dollars, dollars back to the community. So this trail is serving no benefit financially back to the city. Is that correct?
Are you suggesting that we should approve a larger hotel?
No, Doug, I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to understand that the no-cost, low accommodation versus, because one of the conditions, or one of the things that the staff has recommended is the benefit financially back to the city, meeting the strategic goals. And so I'm just trying to raise it out of my head. How would I be able to accept this staff's recommendation. So I'm just trying to balance it out in my head, okay, is the trail worth something, right? So that's what I'm trying to figure out in my head. So yeah, sorry about that. I know that was a flippant response, but I'm just trying to balance it out in my head as a commissioner. And so that's what I'm trying to do. And I thought this was clarifying questions. But in any case, Greg, you don't need to answer that.
Well, it would help if I did, because your question's fine. I understand it. If we have more rooms that are low cost, then the TOT will be based on that lower room. The higher cost rooms is what supports doing the lower cost rooms. The formula we're using is not something unusual. Again, then the Coastal Commission goes through this over and over with different projects. Some projects don't get approved, some do later on. As far as the number of rooms and the land that's being provided, yes, to the Coastal Commission, yes, that is considered low-cost visitor serving features. The land itself is 2 acres, and we paid $200,000 per acre for that land. We're putting it in a value at just over $12,000 per acre. So we're taking a big hit on that. The $1.7 million includes all the improvements that we're going to put in. Is it a benefit to the city? I think it is. I mean, we've always talked about the gateway to the city being beautiful when people enter. So all these improvements, when somebody's driving to town, definitely a benefit. Plus, the people that get to utilize this area, it's not available at this point. Now you've got 2 acres of benches and everything else, neighbors, whoever wants to use it, and you open up all these new views to the west of the Wave Crest area that doesn't exist today. So, yeah, I do think the value's there. It's expensive to put these improvements in, but this is, and again, in working with Jill and also working with the Coastal Commission, this is what we laid out. This is what makes it sensible to make it affordable. And by providing this number of rooms and these improvements, it works for us.
That's a solid answer, thanks.
Yeah, in this low-cost accommodation, maybe you can answer this, Greg, or perhaps staff can answer it. It has a cost for conversion of farmland. So there's like a $38,400. Can you explain a little bit more about that?
Okay, well, that is where the actual hotel is. So of the 5 acres, 2 acres is set aside, it leaves 3 acres. The 3 acres is based on farmland, it's dry farmed land. And just like I put in the $12,000 acre value when I set this up with the Coastal Commission, I'm also using, it's only fair to make it the same, I use the same $12,000 value for the 3 acres times 3 acres, there's, your $36,000. And that's a fee that needs to be paid to some entity at this point. I don't know if that's been decided, but we're willing to make that payment.
So, and Greg, you were working with Coastal Commission staff or the commissioners?
Well, no, as far as this farmland that we're paying, this $36,000, that's local, that's working with the city. They're not involved in that part.
But Coastal Commission staff is, or the commissioners themselves?
Well, for that fee, that money could be paid to the city or the Coastal Commission. That hasn't been decided.
Okay, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear with my question. When you have been working with the commission on various programs with this project, did you work with Coastal Commission staff or commissioners?
Staff, 100% staff. And,
okay.
And over the years, it's been about 7 or 8 people I've worked with.
Okay,
But
okay.
some of them moved up, and I still work with them as well. But
okay,
yes.
All right, thank you. Do you guys, any more questions? I want to, let me see. I have a question about the location of the benches and the trails. Have you considered that there might be people that might have sensitivity to noise and traffic that might not be able to use those amenities?
I've never even thought of that, okay? The one thing we did want to do was make it ADA compatible.
Okay.
The goal there was that this land could be utilized by the public. Never got down to specifics of those items, but it's a much safer location for people to walk or bike ride, and being off the highway, it's a definite benefit. And in improving Main Street on the west-hand side, it gives a loop, so people want to go for a walk or whatever, they have that opportunity. I don't think it's any different than the Naomi Page Trail on the other side. It's a trail, and it just gives you access from one area to another.
Okay, thank you. Is everyone done with their questions? Okay, so I guess at this point, we would possibly move on to deliberation. Commissioner Gorn?
Well, my deliberation is basically, what about the LUP? Okay. There's 5 different provisions I see that talk about this, protecting the views and protecting the ridge line and whatever. So, I mean, how do you get around that? You want me to read them? I can read them.
I think you're welcome to, you called out a number of them. You just want to give out the numbers?
9.1, 9.3, 9.5, city cited 9.6 and 9.12. You could maybe
923.
Maybe 923. So what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And maybe
6 of them.
336? I'm not sure. I have to go and look at it.
But even if there's one of them, like how do you say, okay, great, let's do it? Because even though it kind of violates the LUP, so I don't know how to reconcile that.
There are a lot of precedents for dealing with a situation like that. You know, a couple of our speakers tonight expressed the opinion that in the case of any violation of any policy in the LUP, it's one strike and that project is dead. But there are many, many precedents for the LUP, for not only Half Moon Bay, but many communities finding a way to deal with conflict between when there is conflict in policies in the LUP. You know, it's the same thing as the Coastal Act itself, because we're dealing with these conflicting priorities where we want to promote and manage the right kind of development at the very same time that we protect coastal resources. So I think it's not unusual to find cases where there's something less than 100% adherence with every policy. I think the way to look at this is that this project has made a huge amount of strides and efforts to minimize the intrusion into the view lines that are at stake here.
No, I know, and it obviously this project is way better than what happened originally, right? And it's pretty. It's like a nice design. It's a nice. It's good looking, and it's way better than what it was before, both in terms of the massing and the space in between is nice. Like there's a lot of good parts of it compared to what it was before. But if it came to us today, and that's what we're looking at, is what it is today, not what it was originally. You know, like I could propose a 985 room hotel and go down to 400, and it's so much better. So, but like today, there are, problems with the LUP. Like what the LUP says is pretty clear in several spots, including 9.6 and 9.12.
Well, let's go through them, because I think it's a good exercise. I mean, look, and 9.1 says we need to generally protect scenic and visual resource areas. So identify and protect scenic and visual resources. In the staff report, the scenic resources we generally talk about are broad views of the ocean, does not apply. We have views of the upland slopes, and typically we're looking at the ridge line, so that's one that's definitely something we need to take a look at. And we have the gateway. Those are the two visual resources under our LUP that I think are applicable here. Are there others that you think are applicable?
I have to look them up. I didn't bring my book with me.
Oh, I have
I mean, if you want to move to 9.3, it talks about, so you mentioned 9.1. So
Also, if the commission is interested, attachment 2, the CDP resolution, Exhibit A, lists all of the scenic resource policies and a statement of compliance for your consideration.
Sorry, I guess I should have highlighted each one. But they just seem so obvious to me. So it's a gateway. It's the South Town Center Gateway.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Where is it? Come on. I should have highlighted them. So the scenic and visual qualities of coastal areas shall be considered and protected as a resource of public importance.
Which policy is that?
This is 9.1.
9.1, okay.
Article 6, development. So permitted development shall be sited and designed to protect views to and along the ocean and scenic coastal areas, and to minimize the alteration of natural landforms, to be visually compatible with the character of surrounding areas, and to restore and enhance visual quality in visually degraded areas. So, I mean, it's like, so to protect the views.
So
It's
the
right
protected views are broad ocean views, which is not applicable because it's broad ocean views from the west of Highway 1. It's views of the upland slope from the crown of Highway 1.
It's also, it says new development shall just the view. Visual attributes. I just didn't think that there was going to be an issue about this because it was so clear. So,
So as Christy pointed out, it also on page 11 of attachment 2 of the conditions of approval, it kind of walks through all of these policies and provides a detailed analysis of all of them, including 9.2, 9.3.
I don't see that on page, is that on page 11 of 14?
Yeah, well, it's on,
They're
they're out of order. The
Oh,
policies
okay,
are out of
okay.
order, so if you go to the next page,
Right.
12 of 14, then you can see them.
Right.
Which attachment are you talking about?
It's
Attachment
attachment two. It's weird how they numbered
it
these. It's the condition, hang on, let me, here.
Oh, I see the conditions.
Right.
Can I make a motion that we extend the meeting for until 11, or do you want to?
How about, thank you. I think we should, I would second that motion.
To 11 or 11:30?
How
I say
late?
12 o'clock.
Just, okay,
So we don't have to do it again?
Yep.
okay.
Why don't we, I make a motion to extend the meeting to 12 o'clock.
Okay.
I second.
Actually, I'm going to retract my motion because I have to get on a flight at 6 a.m., so I'm
you
going to
could be
make
up
a
at
motion
4.
to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Okay. I'll second that. All in favor? Yes?
Aye.
Okay.
So there's a policy for farmland that's dealt with. There's a policy for, I think Dave Shore has very articulately called out in his documentation the biggest policies that I think all of us should be paying attention to is the views of the upland slopes and the ridgeland. That is the only resource, in my view, that we should be focused on. It's the only one that's applicable. I mean, there's other resources that are important, visitor serving and so forth, but the issue of contention, I think, is, at the end of the day, it's the view of the ridgeland and the upland slopes.
Of course it is.
And then what does our LCP, what does our LUP actually say about that, and how have we managed this over the years? I think that's what we should probably focus on. Okay, so we've got, going back to my notes.
So the upland slopes to the east create a scenic backdrop that contributes greatly to the overall visual quality. Keep development below the 160-foot contour line. And that's why we have this unavoidable and, what's the?
Sorry.
In our LCP, it says upland slopes. What is this, 916?
No, 916 is broad ocean views.
No, upland slopes,
Upland slopes.
Well, which number is it?
916.
Oh, it's
Page 916, yeah, sorry. It's, you. No. So, here we go, policies
see.
general. Sorry. So, new development, number 2. New 9.2, new development shall be sited and designed to protect views to and along the ocean and minimize the alteration of natural landform and to be visually compatible. 9.3, preserve and enhance the unique visual quality that contributes to Half Moon Bay's coastal and small town character, including its open, expansive views from the coastal terrace to the beaches, bluffs, ocean, and upland slopes. I mean, it's right there.
It doesn't say from Highway 1, yeah.
No. It just says.
I'd like to understand, I remember reading something about the Crown, but I'm not sure if it was because you were educating me on it or not, or if I read it somewhere in here.
I'm not going to say that I know every nook and cranny, but my conversations on the projects that we've worked on over the years is the view that's protected is not from the coastal trail to the upland slope. It's from, actually, for this particular project, it's the crown of the street. That's a protected view. And if something obstructed the view from the coastal trail to the ridgeline, that's also a protected view. If it's from the crown of Highway 1 to the ridge line, that's a protected view.
So is that in practice, or is there something that we can look up in here since you're the person that's been around forever? I'd like to find out where that is.
It's in the, in my plain reading of this as a citizen, it's in there. And the staff report conforms with that. And conversations I've had with planners in other jurisdictions and coastal development staff is consistent with that. So I don't know why this is, what I think is the question is what is actually protected. Now, if there are other things that if there's other things that you think are protected, show me where it's at.
Okay, 912. The Town Boulevard Scenic Corridor, which is where we are, require that new development in close proximity to or easily visible from the Town Boulevard Scenic Corridor, including Highways 1 and 92, protects views of visual resource areas as seen from the Town Boulevard, including views to the ocean, upland slopes, minimizes intrusions into the ridgeline, and the historic Johnston House. So,
right. So the town corridor is Highway 1, and the standard that we've always used is from the crown of the street on Highway 1.
And I think the key language there is minimize intrusions. That's why I started to say a couple of minutes ago the many efforts that had gone into the project to minimize the intrusions. The setback is the maximum it can be from Highway 1. It doesn't ask for an exemption from the zoning height limit. Only one of the buildings are oriented north-south, so cars are not gonna, so the occlusion of the ridgeline is minimized from Highway 1.
So that's 912A, protect views of visual resources from the town boulevard. It's not from.
It's require that new development in close proximity to this scenic corridor, including Highway 1, that you protect the views of visual resources, including upland slopes. That's there. Like, I don't.
But it's not absolute. We've already just walked through a video of 25 projects along Highway 1 that is not applicable to. It's not, there's no impact whatsoever. It's you're protecting the overall view. And the definition, and so that's the question we need to get to. And that's where I think it's helpful for us to make sure we have that common understanding, but that's the view that's protected.
So just because there's other buildings on Highway 1 that block that view, that doesn't mean that this can. Look, I don't,
We have a body of work going back 50 years in this community since the creation of the Coastal Act.
Okay. So
that is consistent with this.
Okay,
This is not something new.
I don't really need to be bullied. I'm just saying.
Sorry. I apologize for my tone.
If what we want to do is approve this project, it feels like legal calisthenics to get around these problems, these issues. And it just feels like, so I'm trying to reconcile, what's in the LUP and what's here.
I think that's fair.
Approving it.
No, I think that's fair. But I think if we read through this together and take the time to look at it together, you may have a different opinion on the plain reading of it as a commissioner, and I respect that. It's just, there's a body of work that goes before us, and there are many things that have informed the project. So as I read this, there are a few absolutes in the document. And when we see those absolutes, we look for words like shall. Okay? So when you see a shall, circle it, highlight it, and let's talk about it. Protecting a view. And again, to Steve's point, Commissioner Ruddick's point, there's no absolute. Policies conflict with each other. We also have an obligation to provide visitor-serving resources, right? It's a major set of policies.
Right, and that's what we did with the CEQA thing. It's like, we're gonna create the statement of overriding consequences because we want it.
But we
right?
can't
We
just
want it.
approve the project because we want, like, the CEQA has to be consistent with the LUP, right? So we do have to make the findings, and we have to understand, is this there or not, right?
So 9.6.
Okay, so wait, are we done with 9.2?
No. So 9.6.
Let's finish. Yep.
9.6 says require and ensure that you protect public views of scenic and visual resource areas. Like, it's require and ensure. You wanted like absolute words. Those are absolute words.
It is cited and designed to protect public views of scenic and visual resources and to be visually compatible with the character of the surrounding area. Measures to be considered may include all of these things below. But it doesn't say, like, there's protecting a view, and this is part of our job, is to, how do we protect the view? Are we protecting the view? And
Well, it doesn't say 2 stories or 3 stories. That's true.
Correct. It is true.
Right?
That is an
And so,
accurate statement.
You know, if you had it all be 2 stories, I don't think we would be having this conversation. But if you have it 3 stories, then we're having that conversation. It's like, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, but there's multiple references in the LUP to protecting that, whatever, the ridge line that we're talking about, the upslopes. So I just want to make sure we're doing our job.
And policy 9-2 does include the word shall be cited and designed to protect views to and along the ocean and to minimize the alteration of the natural landform and to be visually compatible with the character of its setting. And Christy, isn't this where you say that we are, the significant and unavoidable impact is that we are degrading the character of the setting? I thought.
Just to clarify again, the LCLUP policies are, that's a separate distinction than the CEQA.
Okay, I can't confuse the two, but yet the resolution ties them together. I mean, the ask that you guys are asking us is to adopt the EIR and approve a CDP. They're coupled together and they're not separate. So that's why this task is very challenging.
Yeah, understood. I will draw, I'm not sure what exactly the resource that all of the commissioners are looking at, but I will draw your attention again to attachment 2, the CDP resolution, Exhibit A, the findings.
Can you wait until we get there, or can you pull it up?
I think so.
Pull it up so that way the public can see it too.
Okay, because in there, it has all of the policies, and it has staff's suggestion of how to determine compliance with that particular policy. I'll see what we can get to here.
9.6 is probably the biggest, but are there other ones? 9.3. Also 9.3, which is preserve and enhance the unique visual quality that contributes to Half Moon Bay's coastal and small town character, including its open, expansive views from the coastal terrace to the beaches, bluffs, ocean, and upland slopes. Like, that's there. So, are we doing that?
So I can try to expand this a little bit, but this is the document that I'm referring to. So this is the findings for the CDP resolution. And so in here, we marched through all of the relevant scenic and visual resource policies. So here we have policy 9.1, and then a statement of compliance, policy 9.2. And in here, we describe why, staff's determination of whether the project is in compliance with that particular policy and why. And then the commission can either, So in policy 9.2, we describe, you know, how it's not blocking views to or along the ocean. So therefore, the project is in compliance. For 9.3, we're talking about visual quality. And we actually say, well, policy 9.12 and 9.23 dial down more on this particular issue. So we kind of punt to that one. But we have policy 9.5 there. And 9.6. Because policy 9.6 require new development to be subject to design review to ensure it is sited and designed to protect public views. And it says measures to be considered may include but are not limited to, and so then we explain, well, how the project, what it does to.
The building height and design, I guess we have to decide if it did it enough.
Yeah, that relates back to the design guidelines, or, designing structures to blend in with the natural, surrounding natural landscape.
Are we preserving and enhancing the open, expansive views from the coastal terrace to the upland slopes, which is 9.3?
So if we look at let's, if I may. Sure. Let's talk about the view from the upland slopes today. So, and one of the questions I have is, what's the point of reference to the upland slopes? And so town corridor is called out in a different policy, but reading this in plain language, ensure it is sited and designed to protect public views of scenic and visual resource areas. The public view is not on private property.
I'm not following.
The public view starts from Highway 1. That's public property.
Okay.
That's a public view. Now, you don't, in my observation, you don't start looking at it from standing on his lot. You stand from where the public view begins. The public view begins on public property, which is Highway 1.
So are we saying the public view is not from the coastal trail because that's not public property?
The coastal trail is...
It's a CLT, it's not public.
But in the LCP, we specifically call out the view from the coastal trail.
Okay.
So that would also be protected. And there are other, if there's public lands, then you could make an argument, but what we've...
She's talking about the Patridge Trail.
Naomi Patridge.
The one right next to the highway.
So, I mean, I guess if we're trying to determine what
Yeah.
public means, and, you know, if the CLT or the Wavecast Trail is a public entity and not a private nonprofit, I mean, are we going to drill down to that level of detail if that's what we're talking about?
Well, I mean, we've used the standard of Highway 1 from a planning perspective, and we've always used that.
I'm still trying to figure out where that policy or practice came from.
I'd love staff's feedback on that, but why do we use the crown of Highway 1 as the point that we measure things from?
I'm not sure about the crown. I know we've always used Highway 1, and in fact, the area within a couple hundred yards of it, as well as views to hillsides and the ocean. I don't think it's encoded anywhere that you would do it from the crown. For the purposes of, like I said, getting the visual simulations, depending on traffic, you really can't go stand on the crown of the road and take photos, but you can get a fairly approximate, you know, if you're holding the camera up to your head and you're standing a foot below the crown, you're, you know, it's in the ballpark.
But Highway 1 is the town corridor that is a protected scenic corridor, right? So that's where the views are protected. From the Naomi Patridge Trail, that is not a protected view. That's not the coastal trail. That's a separate one. So that vantage point while very useful in seeing, what the project would look like from that public trail, it's not a protected view. And then
Why wouldn't it be protected? I don't understand. Why wouldn't it?
it's not identified as a scenic corridor. Highway 1 is identified as a scenic corridor.
Okay. Well,
So that's where the
that's only in
determination is.
That's only in 912. So in the other ones, it's a little more general about protecting the view. In okay, I gotta go to 9, can we go to 923? Like your reasoning on 923? Because 923 is upland slopes and ridge lines. So protect broad views of upland slopes, prominent ridge lines, and other intervening ridge lines as viewed from scenic corridors on the beach and the shoreline through the following means. Prohibiting new development above the 160-foot contour line and on slopes greater than 30%. I mean, it's like...
But it's
So-
from a scenic corridor's
past that.
definition, I think, is the point.
Is Highway 1. Right.
Highway 1 is the scenic corridor. The
Yeah.
town boulevard is the scenic corridor, and the coastal trail is the scenic corridor.
Right, but the Niagara Passage Trail is not the coastal trail.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, so I'll be a little technical. Highway 1, what is the width of it? And then what are the right-of-ways and easements that are on that side? So what are we considering? Just the traveled roadway? And then, so what are we talking about? Is it the whole width? Is it the width with the right-of-way? I mean, are we getting that technical?
I would say it's where the people are, and if they're on the highway, they're probably driving a car, and they're going to be pretty close to the crown of the road, although sitting 3 feet above the crown in their car.
So we're now saying that people who only drive cars have the right to see this view, and walkers don't.
No, I think what he's saying is that this is the main view. Like the main view is when you drive north on Highway 1 and you see the Lemon Wedge and you see this big broad area before the dealership, that you see the opening to Half Moon Bay and you see the ridge lines. And so if the hotel is there and it's 3 stories tall, that view would be limited. And so the real question is, how limited can it be?
I think that's exactly the question to ask.
I'm still not figuring out this crown thing, because nobody drives the center of the road because roads are designed with a crown, right?
This
So
is what I've heard and what I've interpreted from my years here. But it's from Highway 1, I think, is Doug's point, and it's not necessarily encoded in a specific place. There's a view from Highway 1. I would take Highway 1 as the paved asphalt surface that cars drive on.
Thank you. I'm only asking this because I am a civil engineer, and when you talk about a crown of a road, there's a reason why you have a crown of a road. So I'm asking these questions only because I need clarification, because my brain's telling me something different.
Well, it's just the middle of the road, that's all. So it's a shorthand, sort of, to say, okay, that's the middle of the road. But everyone knows that if you drive north on Highway 1, when you're driving north on Highway 1, that you have this view. And the view is the mid-pen apartments and the trees and the ridge line right now. And so if this hotel goes in, you're not going to have that same view. It definitely will block mid-pen and the trees and part of the view, especially that 3rd story.
But
So, is that okay?
Yeah, so I think the view of Mid-Penn is not a protected view. The view of the upland slopes is the
I was
protected.
joking.
Yeah, okay. And actually, it's the ridge line is what I think I don't even think it's the view of the upland slopes is protected. It's the view of the ridge line is what we've
No,
typically
upland
looked
slopes
at.
too.
It says upland slopes.
Yeah, it's upland slopes.
It's 923,
Yeah.
upland slopes and
923 is a
ridges
big one.
and ridge lines.
Protect broad views of upland slopes and prominent ridge lines. So broad views, like broad ocean views. It's the same type,
I mean, it's a broad view of the ridge, of the upland slope. I mean, there's kind of no getting around it, okay? So the hotel will block part of that.
yeah, I think
It will.
there's no question
And
of
if it
that.
goes 2 stories, it doesn't block very much. But when it goes to 3 stories, it does. So I don't want to send it back. I don't want to you know, I think it's a great, you know, they did a lot of things to change it. I get all that. It's important. I get all that.
No, I agree with you. I think that this is.
But I'm looking at the black and white in front of me, and like, well, how do you reconcile it?
Right.
I can't reconcile it.
So I had the same problem with this, and I asked some people, how does this work? How should I be thinking about this from a planning perspective? And I'd love staff's perspective on this. One of the people I spoke with is Jill Eckes, okay? And I asked her, set aside this project, how are we supposed to think about protected views? You're driving along the road. Is it me standing on the road? Is it me looking at a 90-degree angle out the window of my car? You know, or is it what's in front of my windscreen as I'm driving along Highway 1? And, you know,
Well, you know the answer to that. I mean, you know, like you've driven that road a billion times.
and I ran and
you've
walked on
seen
the road this morning and all along there and looked at those views, right?
I mean, you can't, I mean.
There's no question. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Minimizing it is not the answer, really, because it is going to block those views, and those views are nice, like it is, and it's going to block it somewhat. It's not going to block the whole thing. You're going to be able to see over the hotel and see the ridges in the distance, just like you see my house and see the ridges in the distance in Frenchman's Creek. Like it's going to be like that. So like saying, oh, it's not that bad and you have to turn 90 degrees to see it, it's like, that's not real. So
No, it is real, because that's how we've practically done development here. I mean,
what's real is you drive north on Highway 1 and you see this open area with the ridge over it, and that's a nice view. Whether the mid-pen's there or not, whether the fire station's there or not, like that's nice.
I agree with you. And when do you see that view? When you're driving on Highway 1? When do you see that view, and when do you,
As you come into town, toward
Right.
town.
And that's, if you look at rendering 4, it shows you that view.
What's that?
We've got a rendering that shows you that view.
Yeah, it doesn't great. I mean, I've driven by it a bunch of times, because that's the question I had over and over and over again. And I keep driving by it, and I see the story poles, and, you know, they're better than they were. They're better than they were. And it's nice that it's, like, far away from the road. It's nice that it's moved back away from that ridgeline view. That's all good. That's, you know, there've been really good changes. But I just don't know. Again,
I mean,
is it
at
enough?
555 Kelly, that project went in 6 years ago, maybe, something like that. 555 Poplar, sorry. It's the same number, so that's why I'm mixing it up. But it's the greenhouse on the corner of the lot.
Sure.
And if you look at the pattern of development all along Highway 1, that project introduced more blockage. If you turn your head to the right while you're driving, it absolutely blocks a portion of the ridgeline that wasn't blocked before. It absolutely blocks a portion of the upland slopes that wasn't blocked before, because the house next door to it is a one-story house, and the house next to it is also a one-story house. To that is a one-story house. That's not, and that's the logical consistency that I look at, is that particular project is what's informing me of that, you turning your head to the right in an area where there isn't a substantial broad view of the ridgeline, of the upland slopes, and you're really not seeing the ridgeline because your head's facing forward. That's how my understanding is that this is applied. And in other jurisdictions that are governed by the Coastal Act, that's how the rule is generally applied. And I think that's the position that staff is also taking, is that it's not the view when you're turning your head to the right, it's the view when you're facing the predominant thing you see, which I think is that view from 4. Now, there's no question that I walked back and forth along this today. There's no question that if you're standing due west of the story poles, and you're standing along Highway 1 on the little sidewalk that's there, there's no question that a portion of the upland slopes is now blocked. There's no question that a portion of the ridge is blocked. I agree with that. I just don't think that's a protected view. In my experience, that part is not a protected view because it's not the primary thing you see. It's not what's informing your experience of Half Moon Bay. We may have different opinions on that.
Yeah, it kind of does, though. I mean, not that I want to kill it. I don't want to kill it.
No,
I would say, can I ask staff one thing? Sorry. But this 923 with the new development above the 160-foot contour line, staff report actually says it's below that 160.
That's
Is that
right.
right? Yes. So that part actually is out, that A part. So really it's just the B part, which is if anything below that 164-foot contour line is designed to minimize intrusions into the ridge line with appropriate height and setback restrictions. That's really, and that word appropriate is really what is this conversation, right? If 3 stories is appropriate,
Well,
setback and setback from the road and setback from the corner of the triangle.
Yeah, correct. Appropriate height,
If that's enough.
being that the 36 feet, max is allowed and setback restrictions. This meets the, height standards and is well in excess of setback requirements.
I think we need a 5-minute break.
Could I
Someone's asked for a break.
just say one thing
Sure, of
quickly because
course.
it's relevant to Commissioner
course.
Gorn's statement? I think you summed it up well, Commissioner Gorn, that clearly there will be some intrusion into the ridge lines and how much is okay. And I'd suggest 3 answers to that. For the vast majority of people concerned, which would be in vehicles on Highway 1, it's going to be a small intrusion that is very fleeting. You'll be west of the hotel's north building for about 3 seconds, traveling at 50 miles an hour. So a small and fleeting intrusion. Secondly, staff shared with us today or yesterday the Coastal Commission staff's report on the fire training tower episode of 2016, which similarly, there was a slight intrusion of the upland slopes, which the city permitted, and the Coastal Commission staff said that it was okay, that given the surrounds, the tower is visually compatible, and the intent of the city's view protection policies is adequately respected. And thirdly, I just want to say, as many people have articulated tonight, the benefits of this to me are overwhelming compared, if I'm weighing these things, this slight fleeting intrusion into the ridgelines versus the revenue to the city, the jobs, the increase in the viability and robustness of Main Street businesses, to me, that's an overwhelming choice.
Right, and so that's kind of why we're considering that statement of overriding considerations, but we don't have a statement of overriding considerations for the LUP. And so, you could say it's a fleeting glimpse, but it's the entrance to Half Moon Bay. And so this hotel is, you could argue, is beautiful and would be a really nice way to see Half Moon Bay. But what you're going to see of Half Moon Bay is the hotel. You're not going to see the ridgeline the way you see it now. I mean, it's going to be different.
Well, if you're a safe driver, you shouldn't be looking that way anyway. It's the passengers in the back seat who'd be affected. And when we say gateway, we mean more than just the visual impact, right? We mean the bringing in tourists to spend money on Main Street businesses and all those good things that go along with the gateway, revitalizing the south end of Main Street.
I mean,
I
I
think
know,
you're just arguing.
I know you asked
You're
for a
like
break.
minimizing,
But,
so-
no, go ahead.
It's really a question of what's appropriate. Like how much of the view is being blocked. We don't really know, but that's really what it comes down to. Are we willing to live with it?
I mean, we do.
And are we willing to sort of like, kind of ignore what's in here a little bit to say, okay.
I don't think you're ignoring
it,
it, though. I mean, and I don't think we don't know. I mean, we've had technical experts who've come in and laid out, it's not a perfect view, and I spent a lot of time and multiple days looking at that site. You can see what's impacted. And I think you're right, though, that is it appropriate? And policies in the LCP are in conflict with each other, right? It's not just about the CEQA, that we do have policies that conflict with each other. And I don't think, I do think we do need to address the town corridor as well, the gateway. I think that's also an important point, because the setback, the landscaping, the reintroduction of coastal scrub, these things that are going to be juxtaposed against, this project do create that transition. I mean, right now you've got a weedy lot and you see a bunch of RVs that are parked on the street. You see the side of the car dealership and the back parking lot of the car dealership. That's the town gateway that we have right now. And that doesn't create a sense of transition today. And so does leaving it improve it? No. Does this improve it? Does the siting affect it? I do agree that there's an impact to the visual corridor. There's no question of it. But it's, as Commissioner Ruddick said, fleeting. And it's not something that the majority of people are going to see. So anyway, that you wanted to take a break, Chair.
I just wanted to bring up, looking at the firehouse and comparing this massing with that firehouse, to me, doesn't make sense to say just because the firehouse was approved and the Coastal Commission says it's okay. It's a very hard comparison for me to say the firehouse and this is the same. So to me, that whole argument is invalid in my opinion. You're taking out more of the ridgeline and the upland slopes by this massing than the tower that was approved. It's just a point of reference for me.
Okay. I think with that, we'll take a 5-minute break. Christy. Okay, welcome back. We are going to move back into deliberation, and we have half an hour left. So I guess I want to ask my fellow commissioners how you're feeling about continuing to deliberate. We still have a lot to go through with our findings of overriding consideration to discuss. Do you think we could do it in half an hour, or do you guys want to continue the meeting to a date certain? Because I know you have a 6 a.m. flight. I don't know. We've been here for 5 hours already. So I'm just throwing that out there for you to, offer input.
I mean, I will just make the general comment of, I think we're touching on an important issue, and I don't think we should give it short shrift. I think we should make sure we spend the time to, even if we come to a disagreement about, what is this or what is that, that's part of this process. I think we need to take the time to make sure everybody's comfortable having a full-throated yay or nay on their vote. That would be my...
So then you're thinking we're not going to introduce a motion tonight before 11:30. Is that what you're saying, Commissioner
I don't know.
Hernandez?
I don't know. I don't see us getting through all of these things at the pace that we're going through.
I agree with you on that. Does anyone, how do my fellow commissioners feel?
I'm willing to go any way you want to go.
Okay,
I was a little more optimistic that we might finish tonight, but I don't know to what extent you're imagining rewriting the statement of overriding considerations.
I'm not, well, I don't know. We have to talk about that because there are certain things in there that are not, they're not, how could I say it?
Real.
Yeah, they lack commitment. They're somewhat aspirational, and they must be a benefit to the community in order to make these findings. And so maybe we just strike some out, but we need to talk about that.
Do you want to maybe focus on the overriding considerations that are applicable? I mean, part of it has to be, it also has to be applicable to the LCP LUP, right? But maybe we start with the overriding considerations. Maybe that's a good place to see if we can get through.
Okay.
Oh, I think it'll take a while.
It will take a while. That's why I'm just
while.
suggesting maybe
Sorry.
we disband now so that you could go home and go to sleep. You have an early morning flight.
I'm
And
here
I
till
mean,
11:30.
we've gone a long time tonight, and for everyone here, so I know people, and we'll come back at date certain. I think, Steve, did you save a date for this second hearing on this?
Yes, we did. That's the 22nd.
So I just want to make sure that I understand. There's three things we're doing. We have a parking exemption that we need to talk about, right? That's one. We have the statement of overriding considerations as part of the resolution. We have the CEQA, which is the statement of overriding consideration. There's the, is there a third?
There's a tentative map parcel
Parcel,
lot
that
line
line
adjustment. And there's also, yes, and then we issued it, well, the CDP, I guess, is issued as part of that.
Right.
There's a lot going on here, so,
Do you think it would be helpful to maybe just take a few minutes and articulate things that we could give to staff to help us with before we
yes.
adjourn?
I think, well, yes, and one thing I'd like to say is that I'd like to, I know I talked to Doug about this, add in as condition of approval a lot retirement, and he said that would be easy to do.
I'll just say I'm supportive of that. I'd also like to see parking plan, like a little more language around the parking plan as part of the, what is it, the transportation management plan, the TDM. Just want to make sure that, I appreciate the hope and optimism that we're not going to impact parking in the area, but I'd like to see some conditions of approval that just make the employees, like focus on things that are going to not impact the parking on the street.
I know, I'm conflicted with the parking because I think of like the more parking you create, the more traffic you create. They're like at cross purposes. And so I understood what Mr. Jameson was saying tonight about the number of slots that they're providing. So,
Yeah, I was
yes.
thinking of so two issues with parking. One is wanting to make sure that the parking plan as implemented on the site doesn't adversely affect the street parking that's already there. That's what I was trying to make sure of that we addressed. There's a second question of the number of lots, and is there an exception? That's separate from just the, from my view. I just want to make sure that we're not adversely impacting street parking.
And then I guess in terms of the overall benefits, there's another benefit that I'm not sure. I need to find that document again. I just lost it.
I started with 5 tabs and I've got 25.
Oh, yeah. I know where it is, though. You know, Commissioner Ruddick, you talked about traffic speeding by at 50 miles an hour and that folks wouldn't be turning their heads to look at the upland views, but that made me think about the visitor amenities that are being provided to mitigate not providing the 25% low-cost visitor serving accommodating rooms. And so that's why I'm wondering, when we look at the benefits of, I think it's the very benefit A. I mean, does it really apply? I don't know. And then also the, actually, maybe it's the second, it's a benefit B. The proposed project will provide no and low-cost visitor amenities, including the public bikeway. I mean, is it truly a benefit? I don't know. And then, and then also C, which is another benefit, the 16 residential units, there's a lack of commitment to that, so I don't see how that could be a benefit. I wouldn't argue with D or E, because I think those are city council priorities, you know, that they are looking for, so I don't disagree with that at all.
I think striking C makes a lot of sense.
Pardon me?
Striking C, the housing, I think that makes sense.
Yep.
Because I agree, it's a little soft under the current, what we have before us as a project.
Right.
The no and low cost, I would definitely argue that that's a benefit. I mean, having run along Highway 1 today,
You might have liked.
I would have loved to have a bike path or a pedestrian path. That's a benefit.
Okay.
It connects to the system. In the bike and pedestrian advisory plan that we came up with many years ago, there was originally a plan to have a bike path parallel to Highway 1. So this replaces something that the city would have had to put in place anyway.
So one of the things that I was looking at, so the multi-asset roadway system that the Caltrans is putting in place, that includes a bike lane, right?
It is true that would be coming, but it's also a different class of bike trail. So, and it would also be something that accommodates pedestrians, which the Caltrans project doesn't accommodate pedestrians.
Okay. And then the other thing that I did not ask is clarifying questions, and this is because I wanted to discuss it more in the deliberation, is the cumulative impacts based on the events that have taken place since the EIR has gone out, and that is the 555 Kelly, the Stone Pine, we have now the multi-asset trail, we have the Pilarcitos, multi-asset high, Caltrans project. We also have the Pilarcitos Bridge project, and we have the Creekside project.
And Terrace Avenue.
I think that's a fair question to ask, but city staff can correct me, but I think the way the EIRs and projects work, it's based on what are the conditions and foreseeable conditions that are in place when the application is submitted, not when the project is finally being reviewed. So I don't think it's appropriate to go back and add all these other things. I do agree that for future projects that come before us, we need to take this stuff into consideration, but I think generally, I mean, staff can correct me if I'm wrong here, though.
That's essentially correct. For cumulative impact analysis in particular, when your baseline is basically when the project comes in, when you prepare a notice that you're going to prepare an EIR, that starts the clock ticking. And so what was on the ground or known to be coming, that gets factored into it. But if those projects came along after that date, then you would not be required to consider them in the cumulative impact analysis, but certainly you would look at it more from a quality of life? Is all the construction going on at the same day? Is it tying up traffic all over? Those kinds of things, but not necessarily a CEQA.
Not CEQA from a cumulative impact, but you could look at it from like aesthetic. Oh, I've got this new building next door. Is it visually compatible with the other building or this other pattern of construction? I don't know.
I've seen that, visual impacts.
CEQA wouldn't be applicable, but
I've seen it done under cumulative. It's
Okay.
really tricky. It's usually used for like traffic, emissions, that sort of thing, water quality. I think I've seen it occasionally for aesthetic issues, but it's.
I think my point was, generally speaking, what are things we should be looking at? If you know, when this project was originally put together, there was no improvement to Highway 1 and Main Street. That traffic circle, or not traffic circle, but that light didn't exist. That is something that we should probably now consider as a project, and that's fair game, correct? That was my point.
Yeah, I don't recall exactly when Highway 1 South, that's the reconfigured Main Street with the traffic light. I know it was constructed shortly after I came here, 2018 or 19, but it had been approved a couple of years before. So where that fits into it.
All right.
Yeah.
So I was more looking at it from a perspective of construction, so I don't know when this project will begin construction, but we know that 555 Kelly is going to begin construction. We know that Pillar Cedars Creek construction is going to happen at one time. We know the construction of the multi-asset roadway was scheduled to be constructed. All of these things culminating at the same time, it has impacts on the residents that live here, and we need to discuss this. Yeah, it's like Creekside too, and I think also the
Terrace Avenue, light, the signalization project.
Yeah, these all happening all coincidentally around the same time.
And maybe Hilltop.
I think that it's good to think about what the construction management plan would look like and how that would address. I think that's your point, is we need to think about how it affects. Yep, that makes
Maybe,
sense.
Okay, so with that, does anyone want to?
I would love, before we do that, I would just love to see some quality examples of projects that have addressed the same thing with the visual corridor from Highway 1. It'd be helpful to get 2 or 3 examples that help inform us as a planning commission, either in city or maybe in similarly situated communities that are protecting a view like that. That would be helpful. Having an informal conversation with somebody is very different from something that's really gone through a little more rigor, especially from one of those well-funded communities.
Chair Gossett, you mentioned a few minutes ago, I think, the idea of deleting reason A from the benefits, but I think if we delete workforce housing from that it's still a legitimate, I wouldn't put it as the most important benefit, but I think.
There's no commitment to do it. I mean, in our documentation, we don't have commitment for that.
It's talking about lower cost accommodations.
Okay, let me make sure
But it doesn't require them. It doesn't.
does.
It says that the applicant intends.
We should just require it.
Well, I asked
So-
earlier if we could
That's okay.
require it, and I think our attorney recommended we not do that because that would add an expense for the developer.
That was when we were talking about requiring them to build the residential.
Okay.
That was my response there.
I think we can have some firmer language around the low-cost visitors serving amenities and rooms.
There are actually two conditions of approval related to that, that do have a lot of teeth behind them to
Great.
require that, so.
I think it just needs to go into the findings for the CEQA, I think is the point. There were the language a little wishy-washy.
But it would be premature in that passage to talk about workforce housing.
Yeah, I guess I didn't see anywhere where we were talking about workforce housing in any of this. I know it says it, but, I mean, where is it in the plan that it's going to be built?
That's why we should strike it. It was,
Oh.
I think it was a concept that was
Okay.
discussed.
Oh, so you're gonna
And-
strike that?
Yeah, I think we should just strike it.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Well, it's similar to paragraph C that talks about the residential units to come.
Right. And I think they are going to strike that. I mean, because then we have to talk about the true benefit to the community. Next time. Okay, we're running out of time.
I'd like to make a motion to conclude for this evening and move the meeting to a date certain, which is October 22nd. Can I get a second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes. Okay, good night.